Good morning. Pardon board is called to order to it's Monday, May 12th, 2025. Would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Renata?
Here.
Ms. Taylor?
Here.
Mr. Curtin?
Here.
Mr. Phillips?
Here.
Mr. Freeman?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a call.
Thank you. Our first item under regular business is review and approval of the minutes from our Monday, May 5th meeting, which are included in your packet. Are there any corrections? I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton. Second by Mr. Tillis to approve the minutes from Monday, May 5th. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you. We will allow public comment on requests for any action item. Our action items or consideration of applications for clemency. And our first remote location this morning is at State Police Barracks. Good morning. Sir, would you introduce yourself, you and your staff, for the record?
Good morning, Captain Pat Washington, State Police Barracks. It's just me this morning.
It's just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for accommodating us this morning. And Mr. Webb, good morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, your DOC number.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Thaddius WEBB, DOC number 375560.
All right. Before we get started, I'd like to recognize the folks who have joined us this morning. In support, we have the Parole Project on Zoom, Betty Baker on Zoom, here with us in Baton Rouge, Gerald Jackson and George Lavastida. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. Lavastida. Okay. And in opposition on Zoom, we have from the Caddo Parish DA's office in Fitzgerald, here with us in Baton Rouge, Carolyn Ivy, Forrest Phelps, and Courtney Ivy. Thank you all for coming, and at the appropriate time, those who have indicated they wish to speak, we'll call on you to do so. First, Mr. Webb, let me just read some identifying information into the record. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the First Judicial District, Caddo Parish, October 1998, to a life sentence for a first-degree murder conviction. Is that correct information, sir?
I was actually convicted of a principal of the first degree.
Okay. Thank you. I'll make note of that. Mr. Webb, first of all, we'd like to hear your statement. We'd like to hear from you. Why are you in jail, and why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence? And why do you think you deserve it?
Okay, I prepared something last night. Is it okay if I read this real quick?
Yes.
During my 28 years and 8 months of being incarcerated, I've come to understand that my participation in the killing of Mr. Carl Ivy affected more than just Mr. Ivy. It affected his family, his friends, and his community. From his friends, I took away a pal, someone they could have had fun with or just lean on in hard times. From his community, I took away a neighbor, someone they could trust, someone they could rely on if needed. But from Mr. Ivy's family, I took away a son, a husband, a father, a provider. I took away Christmas, birthdays, and family get-togethers. In the place of faith, hope, joy, and security, I instilled fear, hopelessness, anger, and confusion. And for that, I am truly remorseful. Mr. Ivy and his family deserved more than Carl dying in an alley at the hands of two criminals. They deserve more than Mr. Ivy being dumped in the woods like trash. Because of my drunken, selfish actions, I had no regard in the taking away of someone very special and dear to them. And because of this lack of respect, I have forever scarred their soul. And for that, I am eternally regretful. For this heinous crime I have committed against Carl Ivy and his family, I beg their forgiveness. Mr. Ivy deserved better. We met Mr. Ivy, my co-defendant, and I, Carl David Thompson, I'm sorry. We met him at the Pinstripe Lounge one night. We was all drinking. Everybody getting drunk. We were having fun. We didn't know Mr. Ivy prior. But some kind of way it got to where we was going to go riding around. So we went riding around. I believe David Thompson was driving because Mr. Ivy said he was too drunk to. I was in the back seat. I passed out. I don't even remember riding around. I come to when we was pulling in an alleyway of Mickey Desidere's house. That's where David and I stayed from time to time. So when we got out of the car, David come to me and said, let's rob him. And I said, okay. So we jumped on him and we started wrestling with him and fighting. So David said, hold him down. So David run in the house and he come back out with a ratchet and a knife. And so he started hitting him with the ratchet. When I seen what was going on, I backed up a little bit, but then he hit him with the ratchet and he handed me the ratchet. Well, I threw the ratchet and then he stabbed Mr. Ivy and he handed me the knife and I threw the knife. So when we realized Mr. Ivy was dead, we loaded him up in the car and we took him out on Wallace Lake Road. We turned down a road. It was like a little cutoff. We thought it was a little cutoff road. And we drug Mr. Ivy in the woods and we left him there. From there, we got back in Mr. Ivy's car and we drove to the Palomar, I believe, out on Greenwood Road, right behind Connie's Hideaway. And we had rented a room earlier because Mr. Desidere knew we was going to go out drinking and he didn't want to stay at the house that night. So when we pulled in to the Palomar, the cops actually pulled in behind us. David got out and he ran. Well, the cops pulled me out of the car and they asked who was that and why did he run? Well, I lied to him and I said, I don't know who he is. I just met him at a bar. Well, I had blood on me and they asked me, why you got all that blood on you? And I said, because I just got in a bar fight. I said, but I have a room rented right over here. And I'm going to go in there and wash up and go to sleep. So they let me go. Well, I went in and I slept. And the next morning I woke up. I got a phone call from a lady named Joyce. That's David's cousin. And all she asked me was, she said, who did you and David kill last night? I said, I didn't kill nobody. So I hung up the phone. Then I called a cab. And I got the cab to take me over to a friend of mine's house. I did some roofing work with him, quite a bit actually, named Chris Owens. I didn't tell him anything about what had happened. I just asked him to give me a ride back over to Mickey's house. So when I got to Mickey's house, I went in. When I went in, Mickey asked me the same thing. Who did you and David kill last night? I said, I didn't kill nobody. So I called my estranged wife at the time. She's deceased now, but we had ended up getting a divorce when I got locked up. I called her to come get me, so she come got me. And at first, I really didn't know what to do. I was panicking because I knew what we had just done, and I was scared. So I had to take me to Mansfield. So we went to Mansfield, and I rented a room for about 30 minutes because I was just anxious. I didn't know. I was antsy, I guess how to say it. So I said, look, take me back to Shreveport. So she brought me back to Shreveport. She said, where you want to go? I said, well, just take me to the bus station. So I got her to take me to the bus station. I bought a ticket to Mount Pleasant, Texas. I had some family up there. So I got to Mount Pleasant, Texas, and I went to my cousin Roy's house. I didn't tell him anything. I just told him I was passing through, just stopping to holler at him. And so I was a roofer by trade. So I actually roofed in that town before. So I was going to try to raise a little money, to see what happened. Didn't know if I was going to have to run or what. I didn't know. So some kind of way, I don't remember how I met this guy, but I met this roofer. And he hired me on just that quick because you can just walk up on roofing jobs and get a job. So I went and roofed a little shed. He said I did a good job. So he told me to meet him at the hardware store the next morning. So I did. When I got to the hardware store, I got in the truck. Well, he said, hold on, I got to run in and get something. When he ran in the hardware store, the Thaddius County police, they kind of swarmed me and drew their guns, and they arrested me. And they took me to jail. From there, I waited a day or two. I can't remember how long. And Shreveport detectives come and got me. When they got me, they took me back to Shreveport. At first, they took me by the scene of the crime, well, not the scene of the crime, where we had dropped the body. And I didn't even recognize the place. They asked me if I recognized it. I said, no, I didn't. And I honestly didn't. Then they took me to the station, and they showed me some pictures of Mr. Ivy. And they asked me if I recognized him. And honestly, I didn't recognize him. I was so drunk, I barely even remembered the night. I just remembered bits and pieces of the night. So then they locked me up. Well, while I was sitting in CCC, I had a lot of time to kind of reflect on what I did, on the crime I just committed. But not only the crime I just committed, I thought about all of the crimes I had committed. And all of the things I've done. I stole, I hurt people, nothing to the magnitude of which we did with Mr. Ivy, but I was just a bad guy all around. I realized that I was a criminal. Not only was I a drunk, I knew I was a drunk, but I actually realized I was a criminal. And at that time in that cell, in that pod, they call them pods there, I decided I didn't want to be a criminal. I didn't want to be a drunk. So somebody told me about a pod called Foxtrot, and it's a program pod. So I got involved in that dorm. I got moved to that dorm, and I got my GED. I started going to church. I got involved in the religious programs. I got involved in the mental health programs, the rehabilitation programs like MRT. I did Experiencing God. I joined AA. I joined everything I could get into to kind of help me not be who I was or what I was. So somebody at that time told me about the Bible college at Angola. So I said, well, if I go to Angola, I'm going to try to enroll in it. And I did. I went to trial and I got convicted of principle of first-degree murder. So I went to Angola. When I went, I did my time in the field, and then I enrolled in the Bible college. So did my time there. All the while I was in the Bible college, I was still taking AA programs, substance abuse programs. I was going to church, taking faith-based. And so once I graduated the Bible college, they had a missionary program. So they needed somebody to go to Camp D. Well, there was a period within me being in the Bible college that I had been to Camp D because they sent me back there as an intern minister. My duties consisted of making rounds in the dorms, in the cell blocks, and so on and so forth. So I volunteered to go back to Camp D. So I went back to Camp D and I did the making the rounds and all that. But I was an actual minister at that time. So I started preaching a little bit. I can sing a little bit. So I got into the praise and worship, and I started leading the praise and worship. And let me see, all of that at that time, it was going good. That lasted about 1.5 years. And then I did get in some trouble back there. I smarted off to a security guard, and they wrote me up and they locked me up. And they sent me back to the main prison. When they sent me back to the main prison, I did my time in the field, and I was reinstated as a minister. But I had also gotten a job as a major's clerk on the West Yard. Well, also at that time, they wanted us to get trades through the Bible college. So I went to horticulture, and I graduated horticulture. So all of that lasted a few years. And then they wanted somebody to go on missionary to another institution. So I volunteered to go to Hunt. When I went to Hunt, I pastored a church there. I got to be a certified tutor. I took an HIV prevention program, made rounds in the cell blocks, across the street, HSU. We were putting on revivals. I would go, I had a little Christian band. I would go out on the yard and we would do revivals. We would go into the dormitory where they held the HSU, and we would do little concerts, and we would give them food and so on and so forth. So all that lasted for about 4 years. Well, then I got in trouble again. I let my mouth run again. So I had words with the head chaplain, and it was a work offense. It was concerning making rounds in the cell blocks, which I was making rounds, but he wanted us to stay back there, in my opinion, longer than necessary. So anyway, we bumped heads on that, and he won. I got rolled up. I got sent back to Angola. I did my time in the field, and after I did that, I got reinstated as a minister, and I got sent back to Camp D again. This time,
So Mr. Webb, let me just interject here. Would you just fast forward to your time at State Police? Tell us what you're doing there.
well, here I have taken the NA course, and I'm Catholic now, so I go to the Catholic communion services once a week. But I also help with the Protestant church with leading the praise and worship.
Got your job.
Well, I started out on a grass crew. I stayed there about 5 weeks, then got promoted to the carpenter's crew, where I picked up a lot of skills with sheetrock and working on doors and such and so forth. And now
He has a very good job now.
I have a very good job now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Captain Washington, can you tell us anything about Mr. Webb?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, and thank y'all for having us this morning. Since T. Webb's been here, he has been pretty much a jack of all trades. He's kind of one of those guys when you can ask him to, build you a cabinet or fix your car. Ain't too good at fixing cars, but as far as anything else goes, he can do it for you. We've had no problems with him, no issues. We hadn't found that smart mouth that he talks about here. We hadn't seen that, so we're very pleased with his progress here, and he is, as he said, very helpful.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. So we're going to move on and hear from the folks who are here in support. We'd first like to hear from the parole project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. THADIUS WEBB. Because of his trusted work status, his participation in anger management at NAAA, he's a facilitator for Thinking for a Change, horticulture, his vocation, his participation in ministry, and his bachelor's degree. We've accepted him as a member of our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation today, we're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental and substance abuse evaluations, social norms, and many other programming. Mr. Webb will be assigned a reentry specialist that will guide him through his reentry process. And based upon his record and rehabilitation, we ask the board to give him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Miss Betty Baker.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, ma'am. We'd like to hear from you.
Okay. I met Thad. I didn't know the old Thad, the bad Thad. I've never known him. I met Thad at Angola about 20 years ago. I was visiting my son there, and he was in the infirmary, and Thad was making the church rounds in the infirmary, and my son and him are good friends. So he introduced me, and there was something that moved my heart about Thad. He was so polite and so calm, and from there we would invite him when I went to visit my son. We would get Thad a special visit so he could be with us and he could eat with us. And he was very polite, and he always remembered to say grace, even when we would forget. I've seen Thad go from up and up. He's grown a lot since I have seen him. He calls me mom now, and I'm very, very proud to call him my son, even though it's not official. I pray that Thad can have his chance on the outside again, and because I know he will do what is right now. He has learned, I feel he has learned from his mistake. And I pray that the board will offer him something good. And I guess that's about all I can say today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your words. We appreciate your input. Now, Mr. Jackson, could we hear from you, sir?
I appreciate it. My name is Gerald Jackson. I served as a chaplain at Angola from 2016 to 2021. And that's where I first met Thad. When I first got assigned to Angola, one of the areas was Camp D, that the inmate minister that I had there was moved to the police barracks, and I was looking for someone to fill in that spot. And Thad came up to me. I didn't really know him at the time, but he came up to me and offered to help. He said, "Look, I'm not looking for a job, but I knew doing the transition, we need someone here." And I said, "I appreciate it." And what really caught my attention with Thad was his initiative to do things that I didn't even ask him to do. He was making rounds. He was bringing more people to church. He was getting more people involved. And one of those innate things that you notice with somebody is the fact that the other guys who were coming to church had a lot of respect for him. And that says a lot to me as a chaplain, because you kind of feed on what the guys are looking for. And it told me a lot about his character at that time. So again, I was very, very appreciative. And so finally, after a few years up there, I asked Thad if he would mind getting involved with our retreat group. And I call those the Green Berets of our Catholic ministers up there, because these are guys I select because those are groups of high school juniors that come up to Angola about 25 times a year. And we have these guys speak to them. I wanted Thad to be involved with that program. And again, I can see why he was well respected, not only by his peers up on the retreat team, but as well as the students that he was speaking to. He has a real good, I guess, gift of being able to bring people, and he gains that respect. One of the things I really wanted to mention to you folks was that from my experience of working with Thad, that when I look at guys that I'm involved with up there, he's kind of a product of the good work that the Department of Corrections does. He's one, I don't really know Thad in his past. I can only when I met him in 2016 and then on. Thad is one that you can see there's obviously been a big change in his life, and it's very genuine from the response I hear from the guys he's involved with on a day-to-day basis. And so, again, I'm here to speak for Thad. I'm honored to speak for Thad. I ask you folks to take into consideration and give him a very favorable recommendation to go. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. All right. So we'll move to the opposition, and I don't know who wants to first, who are here with us. Go ahead, ma'am. Step up to the podium. Just introduce yourself and your relationship to the.
My name is Carolyn. I was Carl. I just like to say something quick. For one, this man stabbed my husband 14 times in the left side of his face, neck. It wasn't bark. I've learned to have to forgive, and as God forgive that. As far as his sentencing, he's truly found the Lord. I would think, and doing a wonderful job down there, that he should be content to be sentenced for, and Angola needs more. It's great, he's doing a good job in it. My daughter will never follow. It's not been easy. I hope for anybody else to say, apparently he's got a problem with the hard head and button heads. Says, well, I would hate for the next person you got to have button heads with. And there were a lot of deep We're not correcting them. And they are on paper. So it upsets me that my daughter, who only knew she had a wonderful father, well, will never get to meet him. And not been easy for her. So anybody who would want to free a man that was an overkill. Lori, it went on for too long. My husband was the one in the back seat of that car. And the way to talk. Begging for his life. As they were too scared to let him go because they thought they'd get in trouble. It's in the paperwork. It upsets me, daughter, after 29 years, she's got 4 kids, jobs, to have to take her time out to ever have to deal with any of this or even see. That's it.
Thank you for being here. And Ms. Courtney?
I just wanted to start with this. I'm glad he's doing well. I'm happy to learn to forgive him for his actions so that I can get my own life. He may not have physically killed my mom. He had a chance to let me go. I'm still alive and not. Was taken from me a week before my first birthday. I was just speaking to my family last week at the birthday party. About how sad my first birthday party was. It shouldn't have been a kid's party. I have 4 kids, 3 boys and a little girl that would have loved I'd love to have been a grandpa. I never had a dad to teach me anything, to be there for me for anything. I'm not gonna say it's hard growing up with my mom, but she drastically has changed as a person. If he were to be released, I don't know that I would ever pass with him. I think the day that I'd be okay with him being released was the day that my dad walks back into my front door. I think everything else that I had to say was in my letter. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard. He should be content that it's if he's doing such a good job at the prison that he's in, and he should continue to do that. And that's all I have to say.
Ms. Fitzgerald, like DA's office.
Good morning. I'm Leone Fitzgerald. I'm with the Caddo DA's office. I'm the director of the Victim Assistance Program. I'm here in opposition today on behalf of the office. I'd like to give my condolences to the family of I've not had a chance to meet them before. We are very much opposed. This was a horrific crime. The way that it was carried out is really just chilling. I'm not sure how much of the details the board members have been able to read, but I've reviewed the autopsy report, Mr. Webb's statement at the time, and Carl Ivy really did, he died a torturous death. He was held down. The autopsy report indicates that he had no defensive wounds on his hands or his arms, meaning that with one defendant holding him down and the other beating and stabbing him to death, he really was left totally defenseless to try to ward off any of this attack. That's just really And the way that, I mean, he had multiple cuts on one of his legs, just multiple stab wounds. His skull was literally bashed in. And then whenever he was dumped, as Mr. Webb said, like a bag of trash out in the woods in this area in September. I mean, this was a desecrated human body. No way that you treat a human body. The autopsy was not that thorough because of the state of decomposition that he was in. Insects had taken over his body. It's just disgusting. And as a family member, I can't even imagine having to think of my loved one that way. But that is what they had to hear when they came to the trial of Mr. Webb. My office sought the death penalty against Mr. Webb because we do find that this is the worst of the worst. The jury, was inclined to sentence him to life instead. And so we do think that that is the appropriate sentence that he should receive, if for no other reason, out of respect for the jury that got locked up for several days and had to go through this. So I don't mean to be disrespectful. I recognize the accomplishments of Mr. Webb, and I hope that he will continue with those endeavors in prison. But we're almost 30 years in. Mr. Webb is still 52 years old, relatively young. And so I just feel like, out of respect for Mr. Ivy and for the family, we have other victim impact statements from family members that were not present today about how devastating this was to this family. And I think that that the sentence that was imposed is appropriate and it should be unaltered. And I thank you all for your attention today and for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, ma'am. What charge did he actually get convicted of? I still see first-degree murder throughout the file. Was it a principal?
Wait, you're still on mute,
You're on
Ms.
mute.
Fitzgerald.
Okay. It was first-degree murder is what he was convicted of, and then during the sentencing phase of the trial, the jury imposed a life sentence rather than a death sentence.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Webb, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Webb, good morning. So Mr. Webb, how long have you been in jail on this charge?
Going on 29 years,
Okay.
28 and 8 months.
Okay, there's no disciplinary records in the file, but I see where you mentioned that you had 2 DB write-ups. Sure. How many write-ups did you have while you was in prison?
I've had 12 write-ups in all.
Okay, and when was the last one?
The last one was 2014.
And what was that?
And that was for, like, as I was talking about, fixing to go back to the main prison from from Hunt. I'm sorry, from Hunt.
Okay.
And me and the chaplain had got into it, and I got wrote up on a work offense.
Right, I heard it earlier. I just was trying to see how your disciplinary history was. Okay, what have you done for your alcohol problems since you've been in prison?
I've taken AA, NA, Living in Balance, all manner of substance abuse programs. Not only have I taken them, I've also facilitated. So I have been very, very active in the substance abuse programs that the prison has had to offer.
Okay, so you've had no inpatient treatment or anything like that?
No, sir. I haven't used since the night of that crime, sir.
What would be your sobriety plan if you got out of jail? Are you gonna stay not using? Alcohol's everywhere out here now.
It is, and I think about that very much. First of all, I'm gonna stay prayed because God is my higher power. I would get a sponsor. My plans, religious-wise, is to go to the Catholic Church and maybe seek through them a AA program or substance abuse program. That way I could keep it spiritual in that vein. Of according to my beliefs. But I do plan on staying active in my sobriety and in my recovery. I realize that once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. I realize that. And I know that it's going to be always. So I'll always do what I need to do to stay sober. And that is attend classes and have a support group.
So, I've read the arrest reports back and forth, and I've read your statement.
Yes, sir.
So you trying to say all you did was hold him down? You never hit him, never punched him, never did anything?
No, sir, I didn't. My intention was not to kill Mr. Ivy. My intention was to rob Mr. Ivy. And the reason it was first-degree murder for me is because it was a death committed in the commission of a robbery. So once the situation started to escalate, I backed up, I panicked, and it was just going so fast and getting out of control. I didn't really know what to do, sir.
Yeah, because I mean, in your statement, you denied even knowing y'all were gonna rob him until y'all got to that alley. So
Yeah, that's
so
true.
you knew y'all were trying to rob this man.
But it wasn't premeditated. Like I say, it was when we got out of the car and my co-defendant come to me and said, let's do it. And I agreed to it, sir.
Well, you have strong opposition from the judge, the DA, as she has spoken, and the family strongly opposes. You definitely caused some trauma in their lives. I have no questions.
Any other questions?
I have no questions.
I got really an aside question. You kept saying the next day you ran into people and everybody said, "Who did you kill last night?" Why were they saying that to you?
Because my co-defendant had told him.
So it was on the news or something?
No, ma'am, not at that time. At that
Oh, the
time,
co-defendant had told all these people that y'all were involved in it and they wanted to know who you killed. Okay, I just wondered because I just couldn't understand why everybody asked you that. And my condolences to the family.
Right. I don't see any other questions. I would like to point out, Mr. Webb, I do see in the record, you said in your application and again today that you were convicted of principal to first degree murder, but
yes, ma'am.
we're reading the notes. When the jury read the verdict, they did say they find the defendant Thaddius Webb guilty as charged of first degree murder, signed by the foreman. So that's what the record says.
That, and I apologize if I misunderstood, but it was always my understanding that I was initially, the indictment was for first degree murder.
Right. Well, I don't think it's up for discussion today. I just wanted to tell you that's what the record says. Okay.
I apologize for misspeaking.
All right. I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Webb, you're doing great in prison. You've done a lot of great things, but you've only served 28 years, and that's not even close to enough time for taking a man's life in such a brutally fashion. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman, and I'm happy that you've changed your life and is trying to do the right thing. And I hope you continue. My vote today is to deny.
Mrs. Staples.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Webb, received 4 votes to deny your application today. So your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're ready for Mr. Stoot. There he is. Good morning, Mr. Stoot. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Anthony Stoot, 418-793.
All right. Good morning, sir. Let me acknowledge the folks who are here in support. Just on Zoom, we have the Parole Project. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have your brothers, Kevin Stoot, we have Tamika Stoot, Bria Williams, and Robin Jackson, all who are here. And those who want to speak in support, we'll call on them at the appropriate time to do so. Let me read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Stoot, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in St. Landry Parish in February of 2002. You received a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Before we hear from those who are in support, we'd like to hear your statement. Tell us, how do you find yourself in prison? What did you do to get there? And why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence? Why do you deserve it?
Well, first, ma'am, I want to thank you and the board for giving me this day of accountability. I'm here before you for killing Kenneth Oakley. And for a moment, I would like to share with you that Kenneth and I grew up together from elementary school, throughout high school, and in our adulthood. He was my best friend. Throughout our lives, whenever we were in the same town, daily, we were together. And that what makes this so much harder, because he wasn't just a guy that crossed my path that night. He wasn't a guy that I had an argument with. He was as close to me as a brother. And my birthday is on New Year's. And starting New Year's Eve, Kenneth and I, known as Fleet, we partied, drank, drugged for the next 3-4 nights consecutively. And at the end of it, I was sitting at home and a friend in the neighborhood stopped by, and he asked me to use the telephone. And when he came in, he had a blunt in his hand. He was smoking. And I asked him to let me hit some of the blunt. And he said, "T, man, that's that wet." And for some reason, I asked him to hit it anyway. I said, "Give it to me anyway." And as he was on the phone, I was smoking this blunt. And I remember saying that this isn't nothing. I never smoked it before. I never smoked water before. And I remember saying that it wasn't nothing to this, and I continued to smoke it. When the phone conversation ended, he was leaving. And I said, "Man, leave this with me." And he did. And that night, I was sitting down watching the college championship football game, waiting for a lady friend to come over. And at some point, I realized that the game was over. When I started smoking this, it hadn't started. So there was a period of time had collapsed, and I did not know what was going on. But the joint was still in my hand, and I started smoking it again. I remembered being outside, and I was walking and seeing as if I was floating down the street in air. I started hallucinating. I started having images in my mind that somebody had robbed me, and I was angry and frustrated, and I'm just wandering down the street. I didn't have no intentions of going anywhere, not knowing where I was going. And then I realized this whole night was a series of events that I wasn't aware of at times. It was like I was blacked out or in a trance. I did not know what was going on. And there was a period I came to realize that me and Fleet were riding around town. We do this every day. And we were riding and smoking and getting high. And we went to a local area that we always go to, which is the boat landing. And we were sitting there getting high, and it was then I told Kenneth of somebody robbing me, and I had to go get my stuff back from him. And he saw that I was tripping, and he said, "Man, oh, you loaded, bro. You high, you tripping, bro." And he laughed at me. And I remember getting mad at him for laughing. He then noticed that I had this pistol in my hand, and I was trying to get out the car, and he didn't want me to get out the car. And again, I was angry. He tried to stop me. He pulled me, and I pulled the trigger. I shot Kenneth, not out of any malice. It wasn't intended. It wasn't thought of. I shot him. And when that happened, for some unexplained reason, the car was in motion, and it started to veer towards these pipes, these gas lines, and went through a ditch. And when the car came to a stop, Kenneth was leaning on the driver's side door. And I'm talking to him, "Man, get up, bro. Wake up, bro." And he wasn't saying anything. He did not say a word. I reached over and turned the dome lights on, and I saw he had one line of blood coming down his face. And when I saw that, I went in another, I don't know what happened. It scared me. I did not know what to do, how to act, how to respond. And we had just lit another joint, and it was in the console. And I picked the joint up and continued smoking this joint. And it seemed like the more, even before this point, it seemed like this high I was on was escalating, continually escalating. And at this point, I'm looking inside the car, outside of my body, talking to Kenneth, asking him to get up. I got out the car, and I don't know if I was intending to just leave or what my intentions were. I got out the car and started walking, and then I said, "Flee, come on." And I'm expecting him to follow me, and he did not. I walked back to the car, opened the driver's side door, and he fell out the car. He was leaning.
Okay, so, all right, so we understand that you killed your friend, and then so you're in jail, you've been convicted. Tell us what you've done since that makes you believe that you're worthy of a commutation of your sentence.
First of all, ma'am, I cannot say that I'm worthy of this. My best friend, he wasn't deserving to lose his life. Kenneth's mother, Miss Martha, was like a second mom to me. He had one son, Tori. He was an only child. So I cannot say I am deserving. I remember, ma'am, one thing more about the night it happened. I remember after it happened, I wanted to, when I came back to my senses the next morning, I wanted to tell Miss Martha, whom again was like a second mom to me. I wanted to tell her of my involvement in Kenneth's death. I wanted her to know. And I found a way to make it to her home. And there was a lot of people there, and I wanted to let her know. And she was sitting in her kitchen table, the table that I have ate with her many nights. And she had this distorted look on her face. And I'm looking at her, and I could not find at that moment the weight to tell her. So I just went to her, hugged her, kissed her, and said I was sorry, and left and went to the police officer's house. But since I've been here, ma'am, I had made it an effort, realizing that drugs had been the dominating factor throughout my adulthood. It had led me to make choices and decisions that had ruined my life before this. And I started with substance abuse program. I knew that I had to get help. So it started with the 12-step. And then a few years later, I felt that I still thought of drugs, even though I made a promise to myself to never ever use again. The memory of drugs was still a part of me. So I asked to re-sign to another drug program, substance abuse. And I did. Subsequently, I have been into 4 different programs. I went to Bible college. I've been a certified mentor. I've found a way to be a productive citizen. I wanted to make sure that in Kenneth's death, as regrettable and godly sorry as I have been all of these years, I wanted to find a way where I can give back, even in prison. So I went to the administration, and I'm so thankful for them who decided to trust me, to give me a chance to be a better person, to be accountable and trustworthy. And I've been to death row. I've been mentoring death row inmates. I've been talking to the youths. There has been tours with troubled youths that has came, and I have found that I have an ear with them. So thank you again for your opportunity to sit before you. Thank you.
Okay. Out in Washington, what can you tell us about Mr. Stoot?
Honestly, he's been kind of a fixture at his current job since he got there. They've been very pleased with his work ethic. I had to move him for a couple of weeks, and I really thought I was going to have to fight the staff there when I took him. He's given us no issues. He's always willing to serve. He's got a great attitude, and truly one of those people who, you can see it in his heart. He wants to do the right thing. He's a little wordy, talks a little bit, talks a lot, but you have to run away from him sometimes to get him to stop. But other than that, we have no issues with him at all.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let us hear now from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Anthony Stoot. He's worked in a trusted position. He's been a certified mentor. He's a facilitator for victim awareness. He's been thinking for a change in Toastmasters. He's a minister and he has family support. And he also has a job arranged as a truck driver. And for these reasons, he's been accepted into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental and substance abuse evaluations. He's also going to be assigned a reentry specialist that's going to guide him through the reentry process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and a strong support system, we ask that you give him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Mr. Kevin Stoot, would you step up to the podium?
I just want to say I've been visiting for 20-some years over there. But like every 3-4 years, like he's trying to change to be a better person the way we talk together. I just want to say I support him and help him in everything he does. I really think he want to make a change in him. he'll make it.
Thank you, sir. Tamika Stoot?
Excuse me, I'm nervous, but I wrote down what I wanted to say. I'm here regarding my brother Anthony Stoot. He's been incarcerated for the last 25 years for his role in a tragic event that caused the loss of a life. As a family, we endured immense pain, not only because of Anthony's actions and where he is, but because of how close we were with the family. We were all like family. We all grew up together, ate at each other's houses and stuff, so it took us all by surprise. We hold Anthony responsible for his actions. He made a decision that altered the course of many lives, including his own. However, I would like to emphasize the change that I have witnessed in him during the time in his prison. Anthony has taken full accountability for what he did and has expressed deep remorse for the pain and the actions that he's caused. He has used his time in prison to learn, grow, and be more of a responsible person. Since he's been incarcerated, he's gained 2 degrees, and he already have a job lined up for him when he gets out from a former employer that thought that high of him to rehire him 25 years later. Growing up, Anthony was the perfect big brother. He was kind, he was always gentle, and he was always there to guide his siblings. He took time to teach me right from wrong, being the youngest of 6 kids, and how to conduct myself as a lady. He was low key, he was quiet, he never caused any trouble, which was the prize of the family of his actions. Everyone in the family looked up to him, especially when he joined the army. He was like my hero. I remember one particular time when I was young and in love, thinking I knew everything. He tried to warn me to slow down, be cautious, but I didn't listen. And when I eventually got my heart broke, instead of saying I told you so, he set me down, shared insights about life, taught me a lot of things that stayed with me today. I share these memories to highlight that I've seen more good in Anthony than bad. By no means does this take away from the wrong that he's done, but it's important to recognize the kind-hearted person that he was throughout his life before this tragic incident. He was a role model for all the siblings in his family, and he never caused any trouble and never hurt anyone. Since Anthony's incarceration, my sister was killed due to domestic violence in 2009. And I have been raising her kids along with my 2. When I got her kids, one was 8 months and one was 8 years old. They are now 17 and 24. Additionally, I care for my other brother's daughter since she was 2 days old out of the hospital, and now she's 11, along with my own 2 biological kids, leaving me to be a mother of 5. While Anthony has helped me tremendously, he constantly talks to my boys. He has them on the straight and narrow, advising them what could happen and what they should and shouldn't do in life. He emphasized that it only takes one bad decision to change up your whole life. This lesson resonates with them deeply. And I have my daughter here, and they all, even though they've been in prison all of their life, they still look at him as the favorite uncle. I am proud to say all 5 of my kids graduated high school with honors. I still have 2 currently in high school, 3 of them in college. Anthony has expressed a strong desire to be a motivational speaker, aiming to help the youth avoid the same mistakes he made. I truly believe in his accountability to make a positive impact in this way, and I am confident that he can inspire others to choose a better path. I want to express that Anthony has the full support of his family. We all love him, support him unconditional, and we will be here for him as he navigates to the next chapter of his life, regardless of what the decision outcome is. Although Anthony wrongfully took a life, and we all acknowledge that he wrongfully took a life, we pray that what he learned along the way, what he learned along the way made him a better person. I urge you to consider granting Anthony's clemency. While we cannot, as we can choose to believe in the positivity and change and redemption. I hope that Anthony can have a chance to make amends and contribute positively to the society again.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Stoot, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Okay, Mr. Stoot, good morning. How long have you been in prison on this charge?
25, well, just about 25 years, sir.
Okay, and what is gonna be your sobriety plan if and when you're released?
Sir, I am making it an effort, a conscious decision to always protect my sobriety. Throughout this incarceration, sir, I know that I won't be able to without the support of a group, AA group on the outside. I am aware that, or made aware to my family members that I need their support as well, because in my immediate group, they would be the first line of defense. So I will continue, as well as the STR program that I have attended with Ms. Lori Stone, and the medication that they offer that would help you to not have a dependency. So I take my sobriety seriously, and I will protect it at all costs.
Okay. I see you had 2 contraband charges. What was the contraband?
It was one charge, sir. In 14, I had possession of marijuana or a joint. And
you were doing dope the day you got in prison.
Yes, and that was the defining moment of my prison life, sir. Had I smoked that joint, sir, the write-up would have never existed. But I remembered the promise I made when I came to prison. So not only myself, but to my mother and in Kenneth's memory, that I would never get high again. And in that moment, I had found a weakness. My mother had just passed earlier that year, and I was full of guilt, remorse that I wasn't there for her. And I had intended on smoking that joint when I got to my work area. And once I got there, the conviction hit me, and I could not. And later that day, that joint was found. And that I'm thankful, because that was the defining moment that showed me that I had to do better work. And afterwards, I joined the college and self-help program.
So when you left with Mr. Oakley, you had planned on trying to find somebody to rob, correct?
No, sir. No, sir. I thought that I was hallucinating. I thought someone had robbed me.
I thought when he saw the gun, he started laughing at you because you told him you were going to rob somebody.
Well, I told him that I was going to get the guy that robbed me and take back what was taken. I was living an illusion that never existed.
Where was he shot? In the head?
On the side, yes. I'm not exactly sure. All I saw was a line of blood.
Okay. All right. So after the shooting and all, you went back to some other people's houses and was smoking rocks and looking for women and stuff like that?
Sir, after the incidents and after I continued smoking the the wet, the water. There was a period of time where I ended up in an apartment complex in a town over. When I came to, sir, I had a syringe. What all I did that night, all the drugs that I did that night, I'm not sure of what I did. When I had a conscious thought again, I had a syringe sticking in my arm, and I had never before that night shot dope or used a syringe or been around a syringe, which tells me, yes, sir, I had to have been around other people.
Okay. Did y'all struggle over the gun or the gun just went off?
No, sir, we did. He tried to stop me from getting out of the car. The killer died being a friend to me. He saw that I was hallucinating. He knew the effect that I was under, and he tried to stop me from leaving. Again, under the illusion of this drug, I'm thinking that maybe he was a part of the guys that robbed me, because he had laughed at me and I was angry. I remember being mad that he laughed. But in retrospect, he was laughing because he knew I was tripping.
Why would you rob a friend?
Excuse me?
Why did you rob it?
Rob who? Killer?
Took $200.
I took $100 from, sir. The district attorney at trial
Gun and stole $200. Also stole his earring.
his earring. Sir,
Yeah.
if he had money in his car or if he had money on him, and that's what I was trying, I cannot dispute that. Again, a lot of that night,
Someone that's all messed up to me, in my opinion, someone that's all messed up, and you rob him. I can see taking the cash, but you took an earring. So it looks like your mind must have been working a little bit because you knew that earring was worth money. So I have no question.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anthony, when you say you smoked water, you mean you smoked a joint laced with embalming fluid?
Yes, PCP, yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't see any other questions, so I believe prepared to vote. We'll start with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Stoot, I think you're doing excellent. I really do. You're doing good. Your biggest problem is you got 24 years in for a murder. 24 years is not a lot for a murder. Matter of fact, it's not even a lot for manslaughter. So I think you just need to do more time and reapply, because I think you headed down the right road and you got great family support. And I think you'll get there, but today's just not the day that I could vote for you. So my vote is to deny.
All right, Mr. Till.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Tillis, and I believe I read that you had law enforcement opposition also.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Stoot, you've gotten 4 votes to deny your application. So today, sorry, your application for clemency has been denied. Well, Captain, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 10:12. Thank you so much for helping us out today.
Thank you.
Good morning. The pardon board is now reconvening. We're at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center on Monday, May 12th, 2025. With the staff there at Hunt, please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Nasa. T. Turner, warden at Elaine Hunt.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, assistant warden.
And thanks for accommodating us today. And we have Mr. Holliday. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Anthony Holliday, 117418.
Sir, Mr. Holliday, let me acknowledge the guests you have there with you. At Hunt, you have your aunts, Aunt Lucille Allen, Ruby Davis, and Rhonda Holliday, Uncle Donnie Holliday, your sister Stacy Holliday, and your cousins Arlo Allen and Chandler Holliday.
Yes,
We also have the Parole Project who's joined us by Zoom. It's my understanding that Mr. Allen and Mr. Chandler Holliday will be speaking on your behalf. Is that your understanding also, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we'll call on them at the appropriate time to do so. First, Mr. Holliday, let me read some information into the record. You're classified as a first felony offender, having been sentenced in the 19th Judicial District, East Baton Rouge Parish. In April 1987, you received a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Holliday, before we get started with our process, we want to hear your statement. Tell us, why you're in jail, and why do you think you deserve a commutation of your sentence?
Well, first of all, I'd like to extend my apologies to the Holmes family that I never had a chance to apologize to. And now, what led me to this year, I was hanging out with people that I should have never been hanging out around. And I made a horrible mistake. I was smoking marijuana that night and wasn't in my right frame of mind. And it led me to cause Mr. Holmes' death. And I'm very sorry for that. And I've been doing all the right things to better myself here in Hunts. With the treatment they allowed me to take to make me better than what I am today. And I just hope the Holmes family forgive me for the mistake that I had made to their family.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Warden Turner, what can you tell us about Mr. Holliday?
Well, what I'd like to say about Mr. Holliday, Mr. Knox, is he's a respectful guy. He respects staff here at Hunt. He works in our admin building. He's been there since 2012. He's been a trustee up there. They received him at Hunt in 08, and last writer was in 2014. So he's done some good things since he's been here. He's a respected guy, and he got a lot of respect for the staff that he works around every day.
All right, good. Thank you. Good to hear. All right. Let's hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Anthony Holliday. He's a member of the Lifer Association Club. He's currently getting his GED. His last write-up was in 2014, and he's a Class A orderly, and he's been accepted into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, substance abuse and mental health evaluations, and a ton of other services. He will also be a reentry specialist that will help him through his reentry process. So based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and a strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable vote today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, Mr. Arlo Allen, could we hear from you, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, board. How y'all doing?
Good.
Yes, ma'am. Anthony is my first cousin. We have a lot of vivid memories as young men, which he has been gone for a long time. In my upcoming, I got into some trouble also when I was 19. I am now 52. I spent some time at Dixon Correctional. When I got there, Mr. Holliday, my cousin, wrote me every week. He helped me out in transitioning from my second phase of manhood at being 19 until my adult years. Upon my release, I've never been back in trouble. We stayed in contact. He's always encouraged me on doing the right thing and making better decisions. He prompted me to start my first business, which is a small fleet of trucking company that I own. Started that off. It's going well. And he prompted me to start my second business, which I own a barbecue business, which has been in business 3 years. So with his knowledge, with his guidance, his ingenuity helped me so much because my dad lives in Houston, so he kind of stepped in that role as being my dad. He encouraged me when I was at Correctional to go right up free, in which I was inducted into the Dixon Correctional Recognition Program, which was the DIRT program. I was in that program with no write-ups. Same thing, I modeled myself after him. And I think he's proven that with his stay, with the certificates and all of the completion that he's done. Upon his release, I told him that no matter what it takes, that we're gonna make sure that he will be employed, that he'll be gainfully employed, because I know that that's just what it's gonna have to take. And I know with his hard work, his dedication, because I have the same drive that he installed in me, I think that he should have no problems in his reentry. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chandler Holliday, please.
That's me. Good morning, honorable members of the board. I thank God and I thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I'm Chandler Holliday. I'm here with 3 of Anthony's aunts, his sister, his uncle, and us 2 cousins. I'm here both as an advocate and a family member. Anthony, my cousin, but more than that, he's like a brother to me. He's been incarcerated for nearly 40 years, his entire adult life, for a terrible mistake he made when we were both 19-year-old teenagers. We're 58 years old now, senior citizens. I'm not here to justify what took place years ago. Anthony is aware of the suffering he caused. Every day he bears the burden of that suffering, the loss he knows he caused to the Holmes family. You just cannot avoid that kind of harm as a moral human being without growing in empathy, compassion, and repentance. He has shown deep, lasting remorse for his actions, but not just in word. He carries it daily. He prays regularly for the Holmes family, one of whom we've had several conversations with in the past, the daughter. He prays for their peace, for their healing, for their strength, and for their forgiveness. That's a sincere prayer, and it's a part of who he's become. In the decades he has spent since being incarcerated, Anthony has done more than simply stay out of trouble. He has mentored younger inmates and friends and family members who were headed in the same dark direction that he once took. His mistake caused him to suffer through one of his greatest losses behind bars, the death of his mother, who never gave up on him. He couldn't stand by her side and hold her hand in her final days, just as the family of Mr. Holmes was denied. He lost years he'll never get back because of that tragic chapter in his life. And since then, he's worked consistently to be a positive presence in his environment, earning the respect of staff, including several wardens and correctional officers who can speak to his character and conduct. He's done the hard work of changing, and his family, we're proud of the man he's become. He's maintained loving ties with us, and we've never stopped believing in him. He's maintained his joy, which I imagine is really hard in the situation, and I respect him for that. Today, he has a son and grandchildren whom he's never been able to meet. He wants to be present in their lives, not to relive the past, but to help shape their future and to live the rest of his years with purpose and love. We know that he can erase the past, but he's asking for the opportunity to build a future, one marked by accountability, service, and peace. We believe that he is rehabilitated, he is a rehabilitated adult who has taken responsibility for his actions and devoted himself to making amends to society and to the Holmes family. We as his family, we're ready and eager to support him emotionally, spiritually, and physically upon his release. And we will be here to welcome him home, not just with open arms, but also with a structured plan for reintegration. He has a home to return to and people who need him just as much as he needs this chance. I believe the aim of incarcerating an inmate is to deliver justice for the victims and to fulfill objectives such as punishment, deterrence, incapacitation, and rehabilitation. I believe that the state of Louisiana has successfully accomplished that in Anthony's life. I respectfully urge the board to acknowledge that personal growth, introspection, and change he has experienced, allowing him to demonstrate who he is today rather than who he was at 19. Please grant Anthony the chance to live the remainder of his life as a free individual, contributing positively to his community, reuniting with family members, and continuing on the journey of redemption. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your remarks. All right, Mr. Holliday, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his question?
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah.
I got a couple of questions to ask. I'll get right to the point. We're not here to try your case again, but we have to make sure that you're admitting your guilt and that you have truly reformed and that you're remorseful and all of that. But in order to do that, I have to find out something. It said that you didn't shoot the man in the pickup truck. Did you shoot the man in the pickup truck?
Well, I misquoted that on my application. I did shoot the man.
Okay. All right.
And I'm remorseful for that.
Okay. The DA mentions in a letter that you should not get this parole or this pardon, commutation of sentence because of two things. One, they said instead of first-degree murder, they charged you with second-degree murder. And the second reason was because there was another homicide that you were indicted for, but then they ended up dismissing the charges. And this was a man at the Sheridan that got killed. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. And I don't know nothing about that. I was indicted on it. I don't know nothing about that one.
Okay, right after these murders, a week or so after, or sometime after these murders, wasn't a week, I don't think, but you were stopped, y'all were stopped in the car, maybe that same night. And there were 3 handguns, 3 of y'all in the car, you're on the passenger side, there's 3 handguns that are seized. 2 of them are linked to Mr. Holmes' murder. 1 of them is linked, I believe, to the homicide at the Sheridan. And that's the one that was stolen from the police officer. Is that correct?
As my knowledge, I know the guns that was in the car, one of them linked to Mr. Holmes. I don't know nothing about the one at the shelter.
Okay. So you don't know about the bullet match on the one that came from the police officer's stolen gun that was in the car with y'all?
I knew about that one, yeah. About the one with Mr. Holmes. With
Okay.
The
okay, I want to make sure I understand. Okay. I kind of understand, but you didn't have anything to do with the man at the Sheridan.
No, sir. My co-defendant lied on that to get himself out of prison.
Well, there was a man killed at the Sheridan, wasn't there?
There was a man killed, but I wasn't there for that.
Do you know who?
Around, I don't know nothing about that murder.
Because it's real similar to this other homicide. You know, the one where y'all shot the fella in the truck.
Yeah.
Real similar.
Well, he got shot on the 13th.
And I'm not here to investigate that. I'm here to find out your credibility, and that's what we're trying to find out. And I appreciate it. If you don't know anything about it, you don't know anything about it. I was just going from the DA's letter and the physical evidence that appeared to point to that. Okay, let me look here. You've got some opposition from the DA and the sheriff and the chief of police. Also, you have some opposition from Mr. Malcolm's son, although the daughter says that she thinks you've served enough time. The son says you hadn't served enough time, is what he's saying. I just wanted you to know about those. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, just to get things straight, understand why Mr. Prater asked you. In your statement, you say that he indicates that even though he wasn't one of the persons who pulled the trigger, he realizes that he's just as guilty. So now you're saying you were one of the ones that pulled the trigger.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
I got a question,
Mr.
Sheriff.
Tillers?
Warden, I
Yes,
didn't
sir.
hear your statement about him, how he's been since he's been with you.
He's been a great asset to us up on admin building. Like I said, he's very respectful, and all the staff in the building have a lot of respect for him with the way he carries himself. So very respectful inmate.
He's had no write-ups.
I think his last one was 2014.
Okay.
What was that for, Warden? Yeah, I know, but what was the contraband?
1 second. That was a Rule 1 contraband.
What
Was a Rule 1.
Bang. Was it dope or was it something else?
No, it was cigarettes.
Cigarettes. Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Cigarettes.
Mr. Anthony.
Yes, sir.
During this crime, you were on drugs, you were high.
Say that again.
When this crime was committed, were you using drugs?
Yeah, I was on weed, on marijuana.
And what classes have you been taking trying to better yourself?
Sexual abuse, anger management, thanking for a change,
Which one was the most impact on you?
thanking for a change.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right.
I was under the impression, because that's where I was going with this, when you said you didn't pull the trigger. Now you're saying you did pull the trigger. Which gun did you have?
On 357.
Okay, who shot him first?
I shot him first.
And then-
John came behind me and shot.
Okay, and that was with a 357.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the fellow that you say on here, when you made that statement, and this has been recently, this is when you applied for your pardon, is when, so it's only been since 23, I think, is when you filled this out. When you said you didn't do it, and now you're finally saying you did after all this time. Okay,
Yes,
saying that the one you ought to be looking at is Dwayne Johnson. That's what you said in your statement. Okay, and Dwayne Johnson, turned out Dwayne Johnson was telling the truth, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And then Dwayne Johnson, the same one that said y'all killed the other man, Sheridan?
Well, he lied about that.
So he lied. Okay.
Nah, I have nothing to do with that.
Okay. All right. I don't have any questions.
All right, I want you to know, Mr. Holliday, we do have several letters from the staff there, assistant wardens and so forth, the chaplain, that are very supportive of the work that you're doing. You just need to know that. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Holliday. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater.
My vote is to deny this request, because of law enforcement and the DA's letter, law enforcement and victim opposition. And I'm really disappointed that it's just been now 2 years, less than 2 years since he's admitted his involvement. Just being truthful, I'm still concerned about the other case.
Mr. Freeman?
I'm gonna vote to grant commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater, and now that we know that you just said that you were the one with the 357, that was the one that, as you said, you fired first, but it was to the head of the victim. So that was deliberate and heinous.
All right, Mr. Holliday, you've received a split vote. You've got 2 votes that were favorable to deny. So the outcome is that your application has been denied today, sir. Back to you.
Yeah.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Christopher Phillips, 314813.
All right, Mr. Phillips. Let me acknowledge the guests that have joined us today. In support, we have Mr. Ron Hicks, Jordan Knight, Corey Ladd, and Keith Morse. We also had one of your friends here in Baton Rouge, but she had to leave. Her name was Jessica Lewis, but she was here in support also. Before we move into our process, Mr. Phillips, let me read some identifying information into the record. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 19th Judicial District, East Baton Rouge Parish. In December 1993, you received a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
All right. So we want to hear your statement first. We want to take your statement. So tell us what you want us to know about you and why do you think you are deserving of a commutation of your sentence?
First and foremost, I want to thank the board for allowing me this opportunity. I'm here because my actions 31 years ago caused the death of an innocent man, Mr. Sullivan. I took his life in the preparation of a robbery. At that time, I was a young man, lost, hurt, full of anger, full of bitterness, didn't have no purpose in life, didn't have no regard for human life. And I took an innocent man's life. And I always regret that. I have to live with that. Mr. Sullivan didn't deserve what I did. He should be here. I should be where he is. That was 31 years ago. I'm not that man today. I'm thankful for the therapeutic treatment that the DOC provided through the various of rehabilitation courses and classes that allow me to find purpose in life, allow me to heal my hurts, put me in a position to be able to give back and not hurt. That's why I'm here today.
All right. Warden Turner, what can you tell us about Mr. Phillips?
Okay, what I can say, Mr. Knotts, is that he's programmed well over the past several years. He's another respected inmate at Hunt. He's one of the mentors in our young adult program. You guys know that's a pretty difficult group of guys to work with. He does an outstanding job trying to lead those guys in the right direction. We're thankful that he's helping out in the young adult program because we need, inmates like him that's been through stuff and that can tell their story and try to guide these guys in the right direction. He's remained right up free over the last 10 years. And like I say, he's a real respectable inmate here at home.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we want to hear from Mr. Phillips' support. Mr. Hicks, what would you like us to know?
Good morning to this distinguished board, and I want to extend, hopefully you two women had a great Mother's Day yesterday, and that's a blessing. Pray that you have many more. I just want to speak on behalf of Mr. Phillips, who has been a great friend of mine, and I have pastored him for several years while I was incarcerated in Angola. I just want to highlight a few things that speaks to Mr. Phillips' character and his leadership and his readiness for a second chance. Mr. Phillips, as a lead mentor in a youth program at Hunt's Correctional Facility, Mr. Phillips guides and supports young men within the facility. He teaches accountability, self-respect, and positive decision-making. Mr. Phillips has helped to facilitate a program called Higher Ground that is facilitated every Tuesday night in Hunt Correction with this youth program that's called the YEP program. As a result of his successful facilitation, we had the opportunity to graduate 3 of those young men graduation, 3 young groups of men that graduated from the Higher Ground program that teach them about fatherhood, about this being responsible as young men. As a pastor of one of the local churches within the facility, Mr. Phillips provides weekly preaching, teaching, and pastoral care to other inmates. He offers spiritual guidance, emotional support, and consistent message of hope and redemption. Mr. Phillips is respected as a leader who models integrity and faith. He is also a servant leader. He is always willing to serve others without seeking recognition. I think that speaks to his change in rehabilitation. He builds trust through humility, compassion, and consistent behavior. As far as his activity within that community, along with what he's already been doing, Mr. Phillips is ready to volunteer for projects and initiatives that improve the life within the prison. He's living an example of rehabilitation. He has fully embraced personal responsibility for his past, as he's spoken earlier to you, his transformation of life and now helping others to do the same, his readiness to be productive, positive force in the community if granted parole. In closing, to this honorable board, I pray that Mr. Phillips is not the man that he once was. He is a mentor, a minister, and a servant of others. I respectfully request this board to grant his pardon application and move it forward. Thank you for your time and consideration and allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you. We have Jordan Knight on Zoom.
Hey, my name is Jordan Knight. I am a friend of Chris Phillips. I am one of the mentees that was in the YAP program, of which he is a mentoring. And Chris was a big help when I was in prison with him. I was going down a wrong path while I was in jail too. And he really guided me, like, because he was a pastor and he would always come up to us and be like, hey, I think y'all should go to church. Like y'all need to like get into it with God. And he was very uplifting, and he's always like trying to influence people to like make better decisions and be positive. And whenever he gets out, he wants to continue that. He wants to be a mentor and help people not go down the path that we went down and be a better influence on the community. And I think I think he transformed his life because he wants nothing but positive energy from everyone he's around. And that's what all I would like to say. I think he should be able to get granted parole.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. We appreciate you joining us today. And we have let's see, Corey Ladd.
Yes, how are we doing today? I just would like to say that I known Brother Chris for about 13 years. I was actually incarcerated with him in Elaine Hunt's Correctional Center. I had a 20-year flat sentence. And at that time, it was a little hopeless for me. I know his time is different than mine, but this brother helped me with these groups that Brother Knight was talking about in Hunts, with these youth groups. I went on to actually work and help others as well with him, on side of him. And just so happens, I was blessed to get out of prison. Instead of doing 20 years flat for a bag of marijuana, I wound up doing 5.5. And I continue to help brothers like Chris helped me to this day. And I have the resources and finances to help this brother. If y'all see it fit to let my brother out, I'm going to show him that love back. And I believe, you know, a lot of people come up in here and say that, you know, you probably won't ever see this brother's face again. But I'm here to promise you that I believe you will see this brother's face again, helping others when they get out, stay out. whoever you see fit to let out, I believe this brother will help, just like I'm about to help him if y'all see it fit. That's all I have to say, and I hope y'all see it fit to grant my brother parole.
Go ahead, Mr. Prater.
You said you served 5.5 years on a bag of marijuana?
Yes, sir. My name is Corey Ladd, and it's on y'all's record somewhere.
Just for a simple, one-time simple bag of marijuana, you served 5.
Possession of marijuana at the time, it was third offense possession of marijuana. Yes, sir. I got sentenced to 20 years flat, day for day, with no chance of parole or probation, and I'm here today after being out for 9 years, clean, with a great profession. I'm a server at a restaurant on St. Charles in New Orleans, making $100,000 a year.
Good. Well, congratulations on that. I just wanted to straighten that out because a lot of people in the public think that people serve 5.5 years for a simple bag of marijuana, but it was your third offense in which it was a felony at that particular.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make it clear. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prater. All right, Mr. Phillips, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Please answer his question.
Okay, Mr. Phillips, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, Mr. Phillips, so tell me, were you trying to steal the car or were you trying to get drugs?
Yes, sir. I was trying to do both. I was trying to get drugs and I was trying to steal Mr. Sullivan's car.
Okay, and you did know Mr. Sullivan's wife or girlfriend at the time?
Yes, sir. Miss Reynolds, who was in the vehicle with us at the time that everything took place. Yes, sir, I did know.
And you didn't attempt to shoot her?
I attempted to hit her with the gun, sir. Yes, sir. In the middle of the fight that took place in the car. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I see at least you're being very honest with it. So what was the best class you took while you were in prison?
The best class I took while I was in prison was, I would have to say, moral compass.
Okay, why you like moral compass? What it taught you?
Because moral compass taught me how to understand where I was in life. Help give me direction. Help me take responsibility for my actions in life. It helped guide me down a path of moral inventory, where I can be honest with myself about who I was, my actions that hurt other people.
Okay. What changed in 2015? I mean, you went to prison, you was 18 years old. I know that's tough to go to prison at 18 years old.
Yes, sir.
But all of a sudden in 2015, man, I think you had 85 write-ups up to that time, and all of a sudden none. So what changed in your life to make you realize that kind of life wasn't gonna make it?
I received the therapeutic treatment that the Department of Corrections provided for me through the various courses and classes that was available. Prior to, I was in denial and I rejected them. And that's why you would see all the write-ups in those times, because I wouldn't receive the treatment. I wouldn't receive the therapy. And I started hanging around guys like Pastor Hicks and Keith Morris, and they would constantly talk to me about changing the way I think and changing my behavior. And I started listening, and I started accepting and receiving the treatment classes and courses. And as a result, they helped transform my life.
All right, and I have no other questions.
All right. Any other questions? Let me,
Oh, I wanted to point out the opposition.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me get to it. Okay, I just want to note that the chief of police and the district attorney's office are opposed to your release at this time. The victims could not be located when we tried to contact them, so they had no comments.
Okay. You mentioned, or it was mentioned that you came to prison when you were 18.
Yes, ma'am.
And in looking at your record, particularly your juvenile record, you have quite an extensive juvenile criminal history.
Yes,
Agree?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Prison probably saved your life at least.
I would have to say yes, ma'am. Prison did save my life.
And I see that you're a Bible college graduate in 2022. Congratulations on that achievement, because what grade did you finish in school?
I didn't finish school when I was out in society. I didn't finish school.
What grade did you finish?
Probably about the 7th grade, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that's what I see you, it was around the 8th grade and you got expelled for fighting.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Quite an accomplishment, your achievement since then.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just wanted to say that on the record. I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Phillips, I just want to tell you had a very, very good interview today. I think you were very forthright with us and honest. You've done real good in prison, especially since 2015. And you've given back to your community at the prison. So my vote today is going to be to grant and commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Thank you.
I'd like to commend you on your effort and your friend who spoke highly of you. I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been in jail, has it been 32 years? How long have you been in jail?
32 years, yes, ma'am.
What I was thinking. I agree with everything that Mr. Freeman said and Mr. Tillis said, but you had a very violent criminal history leading up to what happened that night. And of course, that was a very violent attack that night. So today I'm going to have to vote to deny. But everything they said was true. You gave a very good interview. I know that you're going to continue to do quite well.
Mr. Craig?
In reading your whole report and record and everything, listening to everything that was said today, I'm going to, I got a pretty good feeling about you. I'm going to concur with Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Phillips, you know, I really appreciate listening to the interview today. I can tell you are sincerely remorseful for what happened and what you did. I really appreciate Warden Turner's positive remarks and the community service work that you do in prison. So my vote today also is recommend commutation of your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. So you've received 4 votes that voted to commute your sentence. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good to you.
Thank you.
Warden Turner, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 10:59. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right,
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Spencer, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC.
My name is Spencer Henry, 344-747.
All right, Mr. Spencer, let me acknowledge the folks you have there with you. Let's see, you have Kenny Leslie,
Yes, ma'am.
Norma Lewis, Latrobe Henry, Tara Lewis. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Alexius Dorsey, Elisa Dorsey, on Zoom, joining us by Zoom. They wanted to be, no, they're watching on YouTube. They wanted to be on Zoom, but we ran out of room. John Esteen and Ron Hicks. Victims' family, we have Yvette Green and Shalonda Henry Dorsey. And we'll hear from those folks who indicated they want to speak at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Well, I didn't ask the staff at Angola. Please introduce yourself for the record. I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. Good morning. I'm Darrell and I'm the warden.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Jane Babel, offender records.
Okay, thanks, Warden Benoit, for accommodating us this morning. And again, I apologize for just skimming over it.
That's okay.
Mr. Henry, you're here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 23rd Judicial District, that's Ascension Parish, in September 1994. You received a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it's correct.
Okay, Mr. Henry, we'd like to hear your statement first. Tell us, how did you find yourself in prison and why do you think you're worthy of a commutation?
Well, first of all, all due respect, I would like to acknowledge the family. And I'd like to say that my prayers and heart goes out to the family of Mr. Charles Singleton. And since being incarcerated over these 31 years, the road wasn't always, it was a bumper. And I'm a little nervous right now, so please excuse me. And but since I've been incarcerated, I have taken the opportunity to take advantage of all the self-help programs that was available to me, and along with 3 certifications in welding, auto mechanic, and horticulture, along with becoming a Class A trustee. And I am no longer that same person 31 years ago, and I would like to I know that I'm a changed individual, and I'm very willing and will be very productive in society if given the opportunity.
All right, thank you, sir. Warden Benoit, is there anything you can share about Mr. Spencer?
Yes, ma'am. Henry is a minimum wage, lives at Camp F, works at the warehouse. As he told you, he's taking advantage of many self-help programs that we have. He's a model inmate. He gives us 0 problems, works hard. His last DB report was 13 years ago. So, he's a model inmate for us. Hard worker.
All right, thank you, sir. And I think we'd like to hear from the folks who are in support there at Angola. Could we first hear from Norma Lewis, please?
Lewis, you can talk.
You can talk.
Yeah. Well, good morning I want to say good morning first to the men and the women that's on the board. And I came here in support of my son Spencer Henry. I just want to say that. And then next I want to say to the family, I want to say I'm sorry, and what happened, I was real, real sorry. And I'm hope and pray that you will forgive me for the way that it happened. And I was hurt myself, and forgive my son on what happened. It was a very unfortunate happening that he got involved in the way that things went down. And I just want to say to the board that I hope and I pray that y'all would look beyond his fault that he did and give him a chance for what he done. Just let him get another chance, because he's a good son. He's a good son, his soul, and he has. I have been coming to visit him. I see that he changed, and he's hurting. He hurt, and he prays all the time about what happened between him and Mr. Singleton. And I'm so sorry. I want to say I'm so sorry that it happened the way it happened.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you this morning. Thank you. And Tara Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Yes. First, I just want to thank God for the board and the Singleton family for considering my brother Spencer Wood Henry for this opportunity to show that, to get this release, that he's capable of staying focused, learning from this tragedy. I thank the Singleton family for honoring their mother's wishes, even though she's not here with us. But I honor them for honoring her wishes to give him this opportunity to let him know that she's forgiven him, and hoping they find it in their heart to forgive too, and forgive me for my part. I could have been a better person back then, but I thank God for this opportunity he's given me. And I'm just thankful to the board for considering him and hearing him out and hearing us out, and the Singleton family, for want to allow him to have this opportunity to come back out. So I'm appreciative for this opportunity, and I thank all of y'all involved, everyone. Amen.
Thank you. All right. I would like to hear from the victim's family. Ms. Yvette Green.
She wanted to know she have to stand up.
At the podium, please. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. Yeah, we can just, we'll hear from you right where you're at.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. What would you like us to know?
I would like you all to know my sisters couldn't be here with me. My mother is Charles' mother and father deceased. I'm the oldest sibling here. And I'm here on the behalf with my sisters to ask y'all to create Mr. Henry the opportunity to be free. And we know that he's sorry, very remorseful, And I know from my standpoint, like I had to stand before the board. I've been in prison. I did 3 years and I know I was rehabilitated my first day. So I know with all this time he's spent there, he's rehabilitated. And I think, and they think he's ready to come to society and be a productive citizen. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for being here.
Very much so.
And Ms. Dorsey?
Yes, first I would like to give honor to God for blessing all of us to be here today. Second, I would like to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to come here. Spencer is my first cousin, and I've been through this journey with him throughout his time he's been incarcerated. And actually, from the time that we have seen, he has been rehabilitated. He's a totally different person from back then. And I truly believe, I know in my heart, Spencer comes from a very large family. And there's so many of them, but everybody couldn't be here today. But I'm just speaking on his behalf to let everybody know that I know he has been rehabilitated from the time he was incarcerated up until now. I have 4 children. He looked at her from a baby up to 24 years. So I thank y'all very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on his behalf.
Thank you for being. All right, Mr. Spencer, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Spencer, usually when we have people, we always take opposition into account, especially victim opposition, and that being absent here, one of the big things that we look at also is, are you a risk to the community? And it appears from everybody that we've talked to that, and all the letters we've gotten and the things that you've done since being incarcerated, you don't appear to be a risk to the community at all. And it seems like you are truly remorseful. So those are the things that we look for. Your case, it's apparent what happened. You admit what happened and what happened. No sense in going over that again. So, Madam Chairman, I say all of that to say I don't really have any questions.
Any questions? I don't see any questions, Mr. Henry. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that you've been a model prisoner, as has been testified today. You have the forgiveness and the support of the family of the victim, which is extremely important, that they're big enough to do that and that they are close enough to the Lord to do that. And your family support that you have is there. So I think that this could be I think this can be a successful trip for you. So my vote is to grant to a 99-year sentence with immediate parole consideration. Should that be granted?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I also want to thank everybody that showed up and, in my 4 years on here, that's the first time I heard such glowing statements from the victim's family. And I believe you are remorseful, so I also concur with Mr. Prater and vote to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. That's the recommendation to the governor.
Thank you, sir.
OLLIS?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Staples?
I concur with Mr. Prater. And as a victim advocate for many, many years, the healing over something like this is very hard and very important. So I agree with everything Mr. Prater said about that. I know this is important to your family also. So I agree with the 99 years commutation.
Mr. Henry, I do concur with my colleagues. My vote is the same, based on support of the victim's family and the things that you've done and the comments by the warden. So today, we'll make that recommendation on your behalf that your sentence be commuted to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, man, you there?
All right, good morning, Mr. Kent.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Darren Kent, 105628.
All right, Mr. Kent, let me acknowledge the folks who are here. We have here with us in Baton Rouge, we have your sister, Miss Ruth Hatfield Moss, on Zoom with the first 72, Tasha Smith. Representing the victim by Zoom, we have Mr. Michael Badgett and George Canavan. For those who have indicated they'll be speaking, we'll call on them at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Kent, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll get started. So you're here today, Mr. Kent. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 19th Judicial District, East Baton Rouge Parish. In August of 1985, you received a life sentence for 2 counts of second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Mr. Kemp, before we start our process, we'd like to hear your statement. Tell us, why are you in prison and why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence?
I'm in prison because I committed second-degree murder, and I was a part of a robbery that turned fatal, wound up taking the life of Mrs. Padgett and Mrs. Canavan, which I deeply regret. And I'm seeking a commutation for the sake that I'm not that same person that I was 43 years ago. I'm not that person that was so wrong. I'm not that person. And I would like to extend my remorse to the Canavan family and the Padgett family at this time. And I also like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to appear before the board, and Mr. Warden Bernard and his staff for allowing me this opportunity to appear before this board. And I know no one owes me anything. I'm just grateful for this opportunity.
All right, sir, thank you. Warden Vinoy, what can y'all tell us about Mr. Kent?
Okay, Darren's a minimum age. He lives in Mag 1. He works as a janitor and a cleaner. His last write-up was 24 years ago. He hadn't had a write-up 24 years. He when we had the culinary arts, he was a mentor over there until we lost the program. We're about to start it back up. So I'll probably be putting him back in there when we start this new culinary program. We're about to get it off the ground, but you know, no problems. He last right up 24 years ago.
All right, thank you. All right, with your sister who's here with us, ma'am, would you step up to the podium, introduce yourself, and tell us what you'd like us to know?
Yes, my name is Ruth Hatfield. Darren has been in program, like you said, over 40 years. He's not the same person that walked through those 40 years. He's more understanding about what life is all about. He addresses mistakes, and he's taking classes to better himself, to be the person that he needs to be in this society. He's not the Darren Kent that first walked through those doors. He is someone that we would love for him to come home. There are accommodations for him at home. I am his sister. I will make sure I will be his mentor at home. His older sister. Mom could not be here because it's too important for her to be here. She's 82 years old. She grieves for him to be home with her. Employment, I'm sure with his culinary skills, he's been working in the medical field, and I'm sure he can find some type of employment. But I will be there to help him to do whatever it is he needs to do. He also has been accepted as acceptance or confirmation to the first 72 for transitional housing program. He has been accepted into that. So that's where he'll probably start from, but I'll be there to take him further.
All right, thanks for being here. And we did have earlier, Ms. Tasha Smith with the first 72 did check in. However, she's not on Zoom at this time. If she dials in, we'll hear from her. So we're going to go ahead and move on to hear from the opposition. Representing the victim, we have Michael Paget. Sir, could we hear from you?
Yeah, I just like to make this short and sweet. I don't care what the guy's done to rehabilitate himself. It doesn't change the fact that he killed my sister and Patty to cover up a crime. They didn't get a second chance. He shouldn't either. That's about it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Paget. We appreciate hearing from you. We also have George Canavan. Sir, we'd like to hear from you.
Hi, my name is George Canavan. Patricia, I knew her as Patty, is my aunt. I'd like to speak on behalf of my father who's deceased. My grandfather on my dad's side remarried. He and his new wife had 2 children together, Patty and Jeffrey. Jeff died in 1980 while in the Navy, and Patty's murder occurred 2 years after Jeff's death. I saw the pain of my grandparents, especially my grandmother, who lost her only 2 children in 2 years. Likewise, I experienced the pain of my father, who in 2 years lost both his half-brother and his half-sister. I'm asking the pardon board in their decision to consider not only the murder of these 2 young ladies, but the grief their murders inflicted on the families. My grandmother went to her grave with the grief of her daughter's murder, knowing that both her children are deceased and her daughter Patty would never have children of her own, and my grandmother would never be a great grandmother, grandmother to our daughter. Likewise, my father went to his grave with the loss of both his brother and his half sister. Patty's murder was really hard on him. Likewise, my understanding the crime, Patty and Cynthia, I think she went by Cindy, did not resist the robbery. They were shot at close range. My opinion, their murders were executions. And so I'm asking the pardon board to consider the terror and the suffering these 2 ladies experienced in their final moments. I'm also asking the pardon board to consider the grief inflicted on the families. And I'm asking the pardon board to please reject Darren's request for pardon. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. We appreciate that on behalf of your family. Mr. Kent, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Good morning, Mr. Kent. How are you?
Fine, how you doing, Mr. Phillips?
Okay, I read your case several times, and why did you guys rob those people? Could you tell me that?
Just doing the wrong thing, Mr. Tillis. Seeking money, never my intentions, you understand, to hurt anybody, but doing the wrong things, Mr. Tillis, you understand, seeking money, you understand. I never went in there with the intention to hurt nobody. I didn't hurt anybody. I would never hurt nobody. I would never do such a thing. But, and by no account, by all accounts, Mr. Tillis, you understand, wrong by all accounts. Just going in just to rob the people, it was wrong. But I wouldn't hurt anybody. I wouldn't dare do such a thing. But if I had any idea that was possible that could take place, that would have never happened. That would have never happened.
Okay, so you're saying you didn't pull the trigger?
No, sir. I wouldn't do such a thing.
Okay. So y'all took the car afterward and?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What have you been doing since you've been incarcerated? Have you taken any classes, treatments, or anything?
Yes, sir. I've taken several classes. Substance abuse, thinking for a change, victim awareness, several classes, thinking for a change, substance abuse, victim awareness, 100 hours.
Okay, yeah, I read them. So 24 years ago, you hadn't had a write-up. What happened? What was the change?
I started to come to terms with that. I needed to do better. I needed to do things different. I needed to come to terms with that. Nobody owed me anything. I was in prison, you understand, by my own account. I started, if I wanted to have any life, I needed to start to do things a little different and better for myself. And I started to, when I first came to prison, it was a little difficult. 43 years, it's a little difficult. And I started to focus on what could be the future, what the future could look like if I just started to do things different and started to want to do things different. And I made an effort to do better. So I got away from the write-ups and I tried to do things better for myself. And I knew I couldn't continue down that path.
I see. That's good. I have no more questions.
You were saying that you weren't involved with it at all, and there's a lot of description about what happened. So when everybody went in there and y'all realized that there was money in the cash register, where were you at during that time?
I was inside the building. I was inside the building.
So you heard them asking for the money and the lady saying where the cash box was and all of that. You were present during all of that. I know you say later you just drove the car, but in the commission of the crime, you were right there in the same room, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And you're saying you would never do something like that. You could have broken run, or you could have gotten out of there. I mean, you watched all of this go down, and they begged for their lives.
I know it seems as though that I could have stepped in at some point and prevented this from happening. I have no idea I had no idea that something like that was even capable of happening. Because I just, in my wildest thoughts, I would have never thought somebody would have did something so heinous. Like I just, at that moment, I didn't foresee that. I just thought that we was gonna do what we came to do, get the money and leave. I mean, by all accounts, that was wrong. But I wouldn't have never thought that they would have took that would have went even further than what it did. I wouldn't have did that. I wouldn't have did nothing of it. So if I could have stepped in at any time and prevented that from happening, I would have. But this happened, I'm not gonna say in the spur, it did happen in the spur of the moment. When I realized that what had took place, it was more than I could even comprehend at that time. I was just, from that point, it was.
Okay, well, I was just trying to establish the fact because you said you just drove the car. Somebody would say, well, I just drove the car, was outside. I didn't know anything that was going on inside, but you did. You knew everything that was going on inside. You were present and you witnessed it. And then the bodies got put in the car and you drove the car. So I just wanted to, in my mind, make sure I was straight on that. Thank you.
All right. Question. Yes, I noticed let me get back to it where I find it. I noticed in your application for this hearing, you mentioned that you were involved in another senseless crime and charged with attempted murder and something. Could you tell me about?
It was another crime that I was involved in, and it was attempted murder and attempted robbery on another occasion. On the things that took place, it was just a spiral. Life just spiraled out of control at that point. And through drugs and doing other things, you understand, it was another senseless crime that I was involved in. And somebody was shot. When we walked into the place, before I even walked into the place, the guy was shot. The guy had shot the guy. The guy that I was with shot a guy that was on the inside of the place. And another senseless act where somebody got hurt.
Okay, because I didn't see that anywhere except on your application. Maybe I missed that somewhere.
It's here.
But I didn't get a chance to ask that. Okay, that's kind of troublesome, but it is what it is. That's all I got.
So were you released on the 25-year sentence when this happened? Were you on supervision?
No, sir, I was in prison.
So on the attempted murder, how much time did you serve?
I served all of it, 15 years, 8 months.
15 years and 8 months. You were released on good time.
No, ma'am, I never been home. All that's been in course, in all this been through this ordeal here. All this been in one ordeal. I never been home. I never been out of prison. When I was sentenced to 19, I was already.
I see. Yeah. Okay. I get it. I see it. All right. I don't see any other questions. I think,
I don't get it quite.
how did you?
But before I vote, I'd like, Chairman, do you understand what you explained to me maybe?
Yeah, let's do I'll make a motion for executive session.
Okay, I second.
Second by Mr. Freeman. Could you call the roll?
Renata,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
Phillips,
Yeah.
Davis.
Yes. All right, Mr. Kent will be in executive session to discuss confidential matters for a few moments. Just stand by. All right, we'll need a motion to go back into regular session.
A second.
We have a motion by Mr. Tilla, second by Mr. Freeman. Any objection? All right, hearing none, we are back in regular session. We're ready to vote. Mr. Tilla.
Mr. Kent, I see the remorsefulness of you. And there is strong law enforcement opposition. And at this time, my vote's going to be to deny. I hope you keep up the good work that you're doing. And we had 2 females who were killed, and that's something we can't overlook. So my vote today is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote today is to deny based upon strong law enforcement, and you heard victim opposition, and also the fact that you had almost the same type of crime earlier. So this is twice you've committed this kind of crime, but the second time you had 2 innocent victims killed, and we don't know what the extent of the injuries were in the first armed robbery that a gun was used and a person was shot. So you have an extensive violent criminal history.
Mr. Prater.
Deny criminal history and severity of the crime.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur for the same reason.
All right, Mr. Kent, you received 4 votes to deny your application for clemency. So today your application's been denied, sir. All right, Mr. Bushman, good morning. Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and your DOC number? Keep your seat.
Okay.
It's our seat. Thank you.
Name is Fred Griffin, number 101317. Out
All right.
camp.
All right, thank you, Mr. Griffin. We have here in support today, we have the Parole Project, and we're gonna ask them for their remarks in just a few minutes. First, I'm gonna read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are classified as a second felony offender. You were sentenced, you have 2 sentencing dates out of DeSoto Parish. The first is in March 1982 for second-degree murder. You received a life sentence. Your other sentence is in July of 1983, crime against nature. You received a 5-year sentence, and that sentence is to run consecutively to the life sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So before we hear from the parole project and the warden, we'd like to hear your statement, sir. Tell us why are you in prison? And why are you submitting a commutation for sentence? Why do you think you are deserving?
I'm in penitentiary for a second-degree murder, and I want to first express my remorse for the family members, and I'm asking for a chance to, get myself together. I've been here 48 years or 49. I don't know. I lost track of time. Been so long. But anyway, I've tried to get myself rehabilitated. I had jobs and stuff that I worked, things that I did, tried to keep myself together. And I am very remorseful towards the things that I did. I know I made a lot of I messed up. Simply that. I can't sugarcoat it or tell it no other way. I messed up. I had a family. Daughter I never got a chance to see. She's born. And I messed up the family lives and messed their lives up and my family life, man. And it's just, I don't know. It's just sad. And I don't even know what happened. I'm trying to understand myself. But after all these years, I realized that what I done was wrong. I mean, I'm not trying to place no sugar-coated, coated on it and nothing. What I did was wrong. And I'm sorry. Well, I'm remorseful for it. And I just asked the whoever to take it under consideration to, give me a second chance to try to get my life together.
Okay.
And
all right. Warden Benoit, can you tell us anything about Mr. Griffin?
Yes, ma'am. He's a friend of minimum aid trustee. He lives at Camp F in Dorm 2. And he's a janitor over there now, because of his age and all. His last write-up was 24 years ago. He's been at Camp F a long, long time. He's no problem. He's taken the phase 3 of the sex offender treatment, victim awareness, victim letter writing, anger management, thinking for a change, and 100 hours.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for that. So, Mr. Griffin, your case was assigned to Mr. Crater. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon. Good. It's expected to be afternoon, Mr. Griffin. I don't want to, the murder happened so long ago. I don't want even, no sense in getting into the details about that. I'm concerned about your application. I'll read the applications that they fill out because that's in your words. Never in the application do you mention the sexual assault, the crime against nature that occurred while you were in prison 3 years after the crime of murder. That's that victim opposition. That fellow doesn't want you to get out. Okay, he wants you to serve your 5 years after your life because you got life plus 5. Okay, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And never once do you mention that you committed that crime or that you're remorseful for that crime. And you impacted that fellow horribly. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I would like to say something if the board permit me to.
Yes, sir. We want to hear what you got to say.
Okay, the guy that it's supposed to have impact is the guy that's here in the penitentiary now. And his name is Elton Walters. And Joseph Hamilton. Those are two guys that was supposed to have been saying that, but that's what the DA said. So they got me in the cop out the 5 years. They told me if I didn't cop out the 5 years, I got murder charge. They're gonna try to run together to get me in the elected chair. I was young back then, sir, and I didn't know what was going on. But the person that they saying that I was supposed to have this crime against nation against, the person here, he lives over there with me now, and he said he didn't know nothing about it. But if I had a knew that he didn't know and they wasn't gonna question him about it, and they was just trying to trick me into it, I never would have agreed to the 5 years. But I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to justify anything. Don't take me there. But whatever that happened, I'm sorry for it. And I did take risky management class. And I think I just finished my last phase last 6 months ago. Phase 4. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. And I did say I was sorry for what I did, for everything that I did in my life. That was, what part of what my life was supposed to consist of. But I am remorseful for everything. And I'm sorry for whatever happened.
Okay, I'm trying to find the victim's statement here. Sometimes these things are difficult to. I was gonna get the name of the victim, since you've already mentioned that victim's name, and I wasn't gonna say the name of the victim here, but I was going to see if it was the same fella. Is it the same? Okay, that's who you said it was. Okay. All right, that's all I had this. That's the only questions I had. How long you been in jail?
I've been in here 48 or 49 years, sir. It's been so long that I can't even remember. Excuse me for,
Yes, sir.
But,
I'm not trying to be hard. I'm just trying to.
Yes, sir. I understand, but I just want to let you know that it's, by me being here so long, and I've done everything on the farm. I've worked all over the farm, and trying to focus in on the things that I did wrong to try to do things the right from now on. And that's what I've been focusing in, mostly trying to keep my life straight. And, dealing with things here in the penitentiary in Angola, being here all this time, you're dealing with multiple personalities, that's free folks and inmates. And I had to try to separate the fact that knowing that anything can happen at any given time. So I got to try to think before I act. That's why I took the test, the class risk anger management, thinking for a change, to try to control my anger. Also to get my thinking ability together. For whenever anything go wrong, I can always think before I do anything. Because this is the whole point of everything. Thinking out your situation, thinking for a change, thinking about the things that you do, and before you get into doing them, if it's right or if it's wrong. And I have the understanding now to know that, I'm pretty much well aware of all the things now, how to stay away from avoid complications and situations.
Okay. All right.
What did happen? Why did you shoot Mr. Leo Hunter?
Well, sir, I went up on the street one night, and my wife told me not to go there, but foolish me, I ignored her and left and went anyway. And God forgive me that, I should have listened. But at that age, I was young, wanted to get out. So when I went up on the street that night, me and a guy named Jose Gonzalez, which they never did bring him to trial, subpoena him in the witnesses part. But anyway, when I walked into the club, the lady said, that's Ray, your name Ray Griffin? I said, yeah. She said, I know your brother. Your brother named Melvin Griffin. I said, yeah. She said, I know your brother. So we started talking. So the guy looked and seeing us talking, I don't know where he come from, but so I asked, I said, is that guy something to you? She said, No, we just friends. I said, man, this guy here, man, he look like he getting kind of messed up. So we kept on talking. She said, man, don't worry about him. So we walked outside. And by the time we walked outside, he came outside behind us. But the trial, they said, the witnesses said that I pulled a gun on her. So I was trying to show her that I didn't pull no gun on her. I said, come on, go to the car. Come go to the car with me. So she walked to the car with me, and I showed her, I said, that's my gun right there. So I convinced her that, I didn't put a gun on her. So she said, okay. She said, well, we're going to leave that alone. So we started talking about my brother again. And after that, he walked out, and I seen something, and he said something, and one thing led to another, and he pushed me, and I fell back. When I stumbled back, I was, but man, forgive me, man. I'm so, whew, I'm so disgusted about myself. I'm disgusted myself, really, because I should have had more sense to know that that wasn't it.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
How old are you now? How old are you?
I'm 40. Oh, 40.
No.
Excuse me. I'm kind of like, I'm thinking about things that I did wrong. But anyway, I'm 68 years old. I'll be 69 next month.
Okay. Thank you.
So you were 20 years old when this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Could we hear from Mr. Blake?
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project. We're appearing on behalf of Mr. Fred Griffin. Because he's been a trustee, he is a CPR facilitator. He's completed Toastmasters and sex offender treatment. And of course, he talked about his programming and thinking for a change. We've accepted him into our program. If the board deems it necessary to give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, both mental and substance abuse evaluations, social norms, and other programs. Based on his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that the board would grant him a favorable recommendation.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any other questions? I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Griffin, Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Mr. Griffin, I got a lot of stuff I read about each one of these cases and all that, but one of the most important things that I listen to is what you have to say. Yes, and after you got to talking there at the very end, and you said you just so ashamed of yourself and all that, you convinced me. I think you've served enough time, and my vote's going to be that you be granted an opportunity for parole, 99 years with an opportunity to be paroled out immediately if the governor would agree. That's my vote. I think you realize what you did wrong and you're not a public safety risk at all.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur, and that's the main thing that hit me. I really don't think you're a public safety risk, and there's no opposition from the murder victim's family. So my vote is also to grant.
Thank you, sir.
99 years with immediate parole.
Mr.
I concur with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with my fellow board members.
And I do also agree, based on your age, your length of incarceration, and good conduct record for the past 25 years. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf, Mr. Griffin. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you.
You could represent yourself. You did really
good. I have a good one.
All right,
congratulations. Whenever you get a chance. All right.
Hello?
All right. Oh, I lost him. There you are. Mr. Ollis,
Yes, ma'am.
could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Okay. My name is William Ollis. My DOC number is 101392.
All right. Mr. Ollis, let me read some identifying information into the record. You have, you're classified as a second felony offender. You were sentenced in St. Tammany Parish, the 22nd Judicial District. In June of 1982, you received a life sentence for second-degree murder. You have another sentencing date, June of 1983, for simple escape. You received a 5-year sentence to run consecutively. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me recognize Mr. Channing Blake from the Parole Project and your sister, Georgiana. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. How do you pronounce her last name?
Even?
I think I spelled it on this piece of paper. And we'll call on both of those folks to speak at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Ollis, we want to hear from you. We'd like to hear your statement. And that would be, tell us why you're in jail. And you submitted asking a commutation of your sentence, and why do you think you deserve that?
Yes, ma'am. First, I'd like to give recognition to the victim's family, the Bowen family. Because of my decision, I made a horrible decision, and I caused the death of a loved one in their family, which I regret to this day, because it's unspeakable. I know that. And for granting me a hearing, I'm not the same man I was then when the crime happened. I'm a totally different man.
All right. So let me ask Warden Benoit. Warden Benoit, what can you tell us about Mr. Ollis?
Yes, ma'am. Bill's a minimum aid trustee, lives at Dorm 1 at Camp F and works in communication. He's also a great artist, great painter. He paints very, very well. His last write-up was 15 years ago. He's no problem, you know, with his age and all. He still works, goes to work every day. He's been no problem for us at all. He's a model inmate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blake, we'd like to hear from the Parole Project.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with the Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. William Ollis. Mr. Ollis has been a trustee. He's a veteran. He knows sign language and teaches Braille. He has family support. He has the vocation of an electrician, and he has a job lined up to be an RV repairman, and this is why we've accepted him into our program. Should the board vote him a favorable recommendation, we will do his transitional housing, his employment assistance, and we will help him with social norms. He will also be assigned a reentry specialist to help guide him through the reentry process. And so based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you vote him favorable today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Ms. Even, what would you like us to know about your brother?
Hi. I have a little thing I wrote here, so I'm going to tell you what I have. My name is Georgiana Enan. I'm Bill's sister, and I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on Bill's behalf and for his other sisters. I hope to convey to you all the work my brother has put into making lasting impressions to himself, his character, and to the prison. Since September 2nd, 1981, he's been serving time in prison for this. Bill has taken numerous classes and has credentials in multiple courses. In addition to training courses, he's also taught himself watercolor and pen and ink painting that has sold during hobbycraft opportunities at the rodeo. And he sells his art, and he's donated multiple pieces of his arts to various places, including numerous churches. He's had articles wrote up on him and his paintings at the St. Francisville Democrat and the Advocate. And in 2000, he studied the Old Testament and Bible study, and he was saved again while he was in prison. He's had different positions at Angola as a library assistant, and he's done plumbing, electrical, and the communications. And he's been a Class A trustee for many years. He's been self-sufficient because of his paintings. He's not had to rely on his sisters or any of his family for any monetary support for painting. We know that the justice must be served from the severity of the crime. However, we believe Bill has put the work in to learn from his past. I believe he is very remorseful for the action that he took. He is a very kind and loving brother, and the distance and the travel restraints have made it difficult for us to see him as much as we would like. But Bill was unable to see his mother and his sister prior to their passings. But prior to his crime, he served in the Vietnam War and received an honorable discharge. And the work that he has done on himself is remarkable. And I believe that this will continue throughout and follow him through his rehabilitations. If you would grant him clemency, his next step would be to help me and my husband in our business in Florida. I know that the training he has received in prison will help him when he's working with us. We have an RV mobile service, and we work on electrical, plumbing, appliances, roofs, and awnings. Normally, this is a position that we work together as in a team on the jobs. I would like to ask you to sincerely consider granting Bill clemency. It would provide him the next step in starting rehabilitation so he can make a meaningful contribution to society. And I want to thank you for your time and let me speak for my brother.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. OLLIS, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. I've gone through your case several times. I've read it, and I see the remorsefulness in you, and I really don't have any more questions. Okay. Other than I'm glad you changed your life.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
I've got something. Okay, we do have a life that was lost. And from what I read, it was lost in a heinous way. It said that all of his ribs were broken from the beating, and that a tooth was knocked out and you kept it for a souvenir, and that you bragged about the murdered people. Is that true?
I did. I didn't look at it as bragging. The person asked me about that, and I showed him what I had because an individual gave it to me. And if they hadn't asked, I wouldn't have showed it.
Okay. It says a service station man that you were getting some gas, and at the time you started telling him that you caught a guy that took your car and you beat him severely and knocked out a tooth, and that you had the bloody tooth and you showed it to him. Then later an anonymous call came in and said that they overheard two men that were bragging about the beating of Mr. Bowling. That all led to your arrest. So that's where that comes in. And then later, I mean, you get arrested and everything in 81. And then in 82, you had that escape. And it said that you were arrested in Florida after having kidnapped and stolen the car of a 16-year-old who had just finished his shift at a fast food restaurant. And then, thank goodness, you released the 16-year-old unharmed in Alabama, then you got arrested again. Is that true?
All that happened, but I don't remember any of that, ma'am, being honest with you. When I escaped, you're talking about the escape from St. Tammany?
Yes, sir, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I got you mixed up with two of the other, Clinton Bell and Joe Rivers.
Right, ma'am, because I don't remember that, being honest with you.
Okay, well, please excuse me on that.
That threw me. That's okay.
All in the same paragraph, so I'm
it's
sorry.
Okay, that scared me.
Yeah, no, I got
you. You got my heart to jump.
Well, you got mine jumping now because I hate when I make a mistake about something. So you had the simple escape, and then they with it.
To answer your question on that, there was 9 of us that escaped. Okay, and there was 9 of us, and there was Clinton Bell and Joe Rivers is the one that did what you said.
Exactly.
I got a ride with Mike Buckenberg, and we went to Manuville, and the policeman seen him and pulled a gun on us and took us back to the jail.
Yeah. Yeah, they were
Yes,
two
ma'am.
other guys. I'm so sorry. So
That's okay. Whew.
okay. So it was a simple escape on your part and you were caught right away.
Okay.
Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
so that's all I had to
Mr.
ask.
Fraser.
Okay,
Thank you.
I just want to ask one thing, Mr. Hollis. I noticed in the report when they arrested you in Ohio, what happened? I mean, there was a standoff with you and police. They ended up shooting you, didn't they?
Well, to be honest with you, sir, my head was so mixed up. I was a young man and I went there to commit suicide. I went there to make the police kill me because I knew the situation I was in here. And they shot me in the head, but I didn't die. So that changed me completely. And I started studying the Bible. Being honest with you, something like that will change you. But that's what I did. I caused them to shoot me because I didn't think I could have changed.
How old are you, Mr. Hollis?
Well, July 4th, I'll be 75.
And how much time have you served?
I didn't hear you.
How much time? How long you been in jail?
I've been almost 44 years.
All right. I see someone who's sitting behind you. I don't have your name, ma'am. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Chaplain McGraw. I work here as a chaplain full-time. My name is Liz McGraw.
And did you want to speak?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to speak on Mr. Ellis's behalf. I've known him for the 8 years that I've worked here, and he is nothing like the person that did the things that happened way back 43 years ago. He is extremely helpful. He's growing in his faith. He helps others every single day. He works hard for the prison, helping with various departments. I'm very proud of his veterans status, having served in the Army and honorably discharged. And he's one of very few that have been certified in Braille. And he has the opportunity to do Braille work upon his release. So I would like to request that you consider his change and the fact that he is a very different man today. And I believe he would be a great asset to the community if you would grant that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Hollis. I think that we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Williams, my vote today is to grant commutation of sentence 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Thank you.
I agree with, concur with Mr. Tillis, and I do see that you're very remorseful for all that happened.
Thank you.
And I apologize for my misspeaking. Please forgive me. Okay.
It's okay.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also agree, Mr. Hollis, and so we will make that recommendation on your behalf that your sentence be commuted. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you all.
Warden Minoy, that concludes our business at your facility. We'll sign off at 12:28.
Hey, Warden Minoy left. Thank y'all.
2016.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Bridges. Can you, are you still on mute?
Hello,
There
I'm
you
sorry.
go. That's okay. Would you introduce yourself, Mr. Bridges? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, sir.
My name is Tyler Bridges. My mailing address is 2908 Earl Drive, 70075, Muro.
Okay, thank you. And also by Zoom, we see your mother, Miss Marilyn Bridges, and we'll ask for her remarks in just a few moments. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Bridges. You are here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, and you were sentenced November 2017 for possession of Schedule 1. You received a 2 years suspended sentence, and you were placed on 1 year of active probation. Is that information correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Bridges, tell us, we'd like to hear your statement first. Why are you here today? Why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And how did you get involved in that criminal activity?
I got involved just trying to take a shortcut in life. And what that taught me is there are no shortcuts. Can't cheat the system. That's how I got involved. Just trying to make a quick dollar. There's no excuse. And what was the second half of the question? I'm sorry.
Seek pardon with restoration of firearms. Tell us why you need that.
Why I would like the pardon, just to have my life back. And it's always it's like a tarnished, as soon as they hear the word felon, it's tarnished upon the name. Having that label, that's the word I'm looking for, being labeled with the same group of people who do truly heinous acts, and that is not me. I know I have a good heart. I know I have principles, and to be labeled in a category of monsters, which felon who do the unspeakable things, that doesn't sit right in my heart, because I know I have a good heart. I deserve to have my life back.
Okay. Well, let's hear from your mom, Miss Marilyn Bridges. What would you like us to know about your son?
Hello, can you hear me?
I am.
Okay, first of all, I sent a letter within the time frame that was suggested, and I emailed it, so I'd like to know if you received it.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so if you have, then you've read it. I gave life to him, and I'm here to help him try and get his life back. We're not really that familiar with the pardon system, but it's really about a career and a future. It's hard to get a good job with a felon on his record. And again, I'm not sure what the process is, but we'd like to see that cleared, because as you can see, this is the one and only time in his life he has ever been in trouble. He was a good kid who made a bad choice. He never gave us any trouble through any times during his life. Just this one small, well, it's not small, it's a very big mistake, which he has held himself accountable for. And he has the support of his family. We love him very much, and we want to try to help him as he goes forward. And I'm sure as board members, a child at 18, they're not really fully developed, and sometimes they make bad decisions, which, lead to me being here today. But like I said, it's the one and only time in his life.
Okay. Well, thanks for taking the time to give us your thoughts on that. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you allowing me to do that.
Tyler, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Good afternoon, Mr. Tyler. How are you?
Yes, I'm all right. I'm grateful to be here.
Okay. At the time of this crime, were you using drugs, on drugs?
I was just smoking marijuana.
You were using drugs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been selling drugs?
Maybe 6 months.
6 months you started selling drugs?
It's about the
Okay.
duration that it took place.
Um, I read through your case and I see you did well. You know, they sentenced you to 2 years hard labor. I was suspended to 1 year probation. So what have you done to better yourself since you said, and I read your letter, that you did a stupid thing? So what have you done to improve your life?
What have I done to improve my life? Learning some new skills. I learned how to play piano, electric keyboard. Technically, I fell in love with the gym. Uh, that kind of saved me. After the whole thing happened, I fell into a deep depressive state, and getting in the gym specifically, it almost kind of saved my life. I'm a big gym freak now. That's kind of what I do, what a lot of people know me for now. The gym, the piano. But work-wise, I mean, I've just worked at GNC. I've been a crab fisherman. I worked in UPS warehouse. Uh, my bread and butter before the acting strike, the writer's strike, I was doing a lot of background and stand-in work in the acting industry. Worked at Gulf Coast Special Systems doing installations of alarms, fire alarms, cameras, mechanical door locks. Done car sales. That's what I'm doing now currently on security.
I see you didn't take any
Lot.
drug classes or try to prevent from using drugs again.
Oh, no, sir. Just
Yeah.
the through that um probationary period, I
Yeah.
was doing weekly tests.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Any other questions? Well, Mr. Bridges, I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to deny. I think you got a real light sentence of 2 years and a year probation. And for the record, I saw that the DA, the judges, the sheriff, nobody opposed. But my vote today is to deny. And I'd like to see, you've been out, what, 7 years off parole?
Yes, sir.
I would like to see you be clean for about maybe 10 years is my recommendation.
All right. Mrs. Stapleton.
Yeah, I concur with Mr. Tillis. Normally, when somebody comes up and asks for pardon with restoration of firearms, it's quite common that even the DAs will say they'd like to see a 10-year, they call it a cleansing period. And although you've done very good with your life, and that's commendable, and to keep on doing, you just keep come back and apply again. And that's my vote. I concur to deny that.
All right, Mr. Prater.
I vote to grant with restoration.
Mr. Freeman.
I also vote to grant with restoration. That's the only charge whatsoever on your record, and there's been no problem since then, so my vote is to grant with restoration.
Mr. Bridges, you have no other criminal history, you have no opposition that's been expressed. My vote would also be to grant the pardon with restoration of firearms. So you've received a split vote. It requires 4 like votes for you to get a favorable decision. So the outcome today is that your application's been denied. You'll have the opportunity to reapply at a later date. We'll send you some information on when you're eligible to do so. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Cormier, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address, sir.
CLAYTON CORMIER, and it's 1112 Bisque Road, Lot 34, Lafayette, Louisiana, 70507.
All right, thank you, sir. You're here this afternoon requesting a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in the 15th Judicial District, Lafayette Parish, in December 2009 for simple burglary. You received a 5-year sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We'd like to hear your statement before we start our interview. Would you tell us, how'd you get involved in criminal activity? Why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
Well, it started, I was living with a female, and me and her wasn't together or anything, and we was just talking and as roommates, and the neighbor called OCS on her and her kids, and we did it. We came up with the retaliation and basically broke into his house, and caused a little bit of damage. Well, we took a few items. But I mean, if you look at the police reports, I was straight up honest with them. I told them when they came to me, that yes, I did this. I admitted to it. It's been 16 years ago. In that meantime, I went through jobs. Now I have my own business for 2 years. I have a wife. I got 5 kids. And I applied because, one, for my family's safety. I want to have a firearm because this world nowadays is getting bad. Also, my son, when he was born, is when I really applied because I wanted to go do stuff with him for like hunting and stuff like that, which I know there is bows and stuff, but the strength to pull that bow is kind of hard. I can't have right now he's 4, but I can't have him pulling a bow because that's going to be hard for him. I want to kind of do that father and son stuff. I mean, we do some fishing. I got 2 boats. I even have a rent house. I have a lot, over the years that's all paid for. I just want mainly protect my family and possible do some stuff with my son to go fishing, which I have 2 boys now, a 4-year-old and a not 8 month, about to be 9-month-old.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her question?
Hello, Mr. Cormier. I caught your drift about a little damage, and then you kind of corrected yourself. And you can correct me on what I'm reading here, okay? 2 hard drives were missing, as well as the laptop, dishwasher liquid, and air freshener, and that you broke into the house using a butter knife, and that you or she poured sugar and salt into the gas tank of your victim's four-wheeler. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I also said you paid restitution. What type of restitution did you pay and how much?
I'll have to look at my court documents for exactly how much, but I know I paid all that off. Also, I took the 2 hard drives, and what you said little damage is because I consider little damage as removing hardware out the computer.
Okay.
So that's a little damage in a way. But I did pay restitution. I was on probation. Leroy Skipper, which was my probation officer, he released me early off of probation because of my good behavior and all the stuff that I was accomplishing.
That's wonderful. So you've been, tell me how long it's been since you've been on probation?
I know the date. I don't remember exactly how long ago that I was off, but I was charged 16 years ago.
Right.
And I was on probation, I think it was like 2 years.
Yeah, so we'll say 14 years, right?
Yeah. Right.
And you haven't been in any trouble since then?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you're wanting your pardon with firearms, restoration of firearms. So firearms is to be able to take your son hunting and for safety. And
Correct.
you need, and you have your own business. So why do you need your pardon? What is standing in your way without the pardon?
Well, the pardon, they said I can't have my firearms, without having this done. I did get my first offender pardon, but that still don't allow me to do stuff for protection and to go hunting with my sons, you know, which they're still young right now.
Right.
I just know they have to, this is a process.
Okay, and so that's your main reason, is the restoration of firearms, which comes by way of a pardon. Correct? Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Who poured the gas in the sugar? Kind of partial to four-wheelers.
Sugar in the gas.
Sugar in the gas. Okay.
I honestly don't remember, but I know I did plead to it, that I basically stated, I told the cops that that's all happened. And I did it, because I did a lot of crazy things around that time. And, I was a kid and I had no family kind of thing. Like I didn't have no kids, no relationship. I was basically trying to impress people at the time, being young and dumb, which I've learned a lot from that. I haven't gotten in trouble since. Now, like I said, I got family, kids now, and that's my priority. I don't hang out with friends anymore because of that reason. I stay home. You can ask my wife. I mean, I know they did research and ask my family, get a social media background of me. I don't really associate with too many people other than my clients and work and home.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cormier. I don't see any other questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tillis.
How old is your son?
I have two. He's 8, about to be 9 months, and then I have the other one. He's 3, about to be 4.
Okay.
I mean, I know this is a process, so I wanted to get hopefully it started before he's old enough to be able to hunt.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking that's pretty young.
I got 3 other kids. They're females, but I would like to have a firearm and put it in a locked safe. That is my recommendation. Once I get that right, I will be putting it in a safe, not just one of them key locks. I will put it in a safe with a fingerprint. I am a high-tech person. I have servers and stuff for my media, but I like to stay up to date. I have touch fingerprints on my door to get in because I know kids and people can see, typing in numbers and they can get into your house like that. I don't even use that. I like to use fingerprints so they cannot bypass anything.
Yeah, but I'm thinking if he's 4 and if you waited another 8 years, he'd probably be old enough to handle a gun, shoot a gun then, don't you think?
Well, their capability as of my 3-year-old, he's very smart. And I mean, I just don't want, I'm keeping it locked up without him, having access. Only time we go have access is when we go hunting. But like I said, I know this is, it's a process and I want to try to have it prepped and be ready for if I'm able to, have my gun rights back, then I can, start practicing and going through all the safety hunting classes and all that. I'm thinking of my future that I want to accomplish with my kid.
I have no more questions.
Any other questions? Let me ask you just one thing, Mr. Cormier. Clear something up for me. I see an arrest in 2008 in Rain by the Rain Police Department. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. That was when I was 18, about a couple months, a year before that.
Well, and I don't see any disposition from that arrest. What happened?
Well, that arrest was dismissed. They kept me in jail for 3 months in the parish jail, and they let me go because they didn't have any evidence. They couldn't convict me or anything. So they had let me go. And at the time, I wasn't thinking, but now, I could have went back. Was called the I forgot what it was, but it was like a delay in time. I couldn't go back when I realized, because it was like false imprisonment and had the person charged for it. Because the people that tried to get me was doing drugs and stuff, and I wasn't affiliating with that. And basically they did all this stuff to try to get me involved in that. And what they tried to charge me with was with her daughter, and that was uncalled for. My uncle was the sergeant of Rain PD at the time, which he passed away in 2024. But he, when they called me and told me they issued a warrant out for my arrest for that, I went to them and turned myself in right away. I went, done my time, and came back, that was all dismissed.
Okay, all right, thanks for that clarification. I don't see any other questions, so I guess we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Well, I'm gonna vote for a pardon with restoration of firearm because I don't see any other criminal activity or a good cleansing period in 14 years.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
As do I, Mr. Cormier. So on your behalf, sir, we'll make a recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank y'all.
All right, good afternoon, Miss, is it Robinson? Miss Robinson? Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and current mailing address? Or Gooden, Miss Vanessa Gooden.
Get her on the TV.
So to undercover.
Is she with us? She's trying to. Oh, she's trying to get in. There you are. I think you're on mute. Can you unmute your microphone? Yes. All right, there you go. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Hello, Vanessa Gooden, 1724 Pro Court, Fernley, Nevada, 89408.
Great, thank you. And I have, is it Gooden or Robinson?
It's.
I'm sorry, I think we lost the audio. Well, your application says Gooden, so that's what we'll go with.
It's good.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Gooden, let me acknowledge the folks who joined us by Zoom. Your Aunt Veray Brown and your cousin Alicia Broomfield will ask for their comments in just a moment. First, let me just read this information into the record. You are here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced East Baton Rouge Parish in 1992, possession of Schedule 2 opium and opium vegetation. You received a 5-year sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 3 years active probation. Is that information correct, ma'am?
Yes, it is correct.
So, would you tell us why you're here today? How'd you get involved in all that, and why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of power? I think we might have lost the audio. We've lost the audio, Ms. Gooden. We can't hear you.
Okay, so my audio is on and I am turned up as 97%. I'm 100% here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Just
Okay.
briefly tell us why you're seeking the pardon with restoration of firearms. I think you mentioned it in your application. You want to be able to adopt a child.
Yes.
Okay, is that your primary reason?
My primary reason is I'd like to adopt a child. I'd like to just
Yeah, we're having a little bit of difficulty, but I think one of my colleagues has called for the vote.
I call for a vote.
I call for the vote.
So I think we're just going to do that, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Vanessa, Ms. Goodwin, you're my case. This happened in 1990. You hadn't had any charges whatsoever since 1996. Had great employment at Macy's. My vote is to grant with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
And as do I. My vote also is to grant, make a recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. So Ms. Gooden, I want to thank your family for being here today, but we have already voted and we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. How long will it take before this reflect if I was to do a background check?
Oh, we refer it to the governor's office and there is no time limitation within which he must act. So it's on the governor's office next. That's where we'll send it. And we'll let you know when that happens, when we do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Ms. Krauss. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and mailing, please.
Melissa Krauss. My address is 10906 Island Road, Ventress, Louisiana, 70783.
Good afternoon. You're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Point Coupee Parish in December 2010 for possession of Schedule 3, possession of Schedule 2. You received a 5-year sentence on each. That was suspended. You were placed on 5 years of active probation, which terminated early in February of 2013. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So we're here today. Would you just tell us why are you seeking a pardon with firearms?
I like to hunt. I have a crossbow. It's a little hard for me to pull. I have to get somebody to pull it for me every time I go hunting.
Well, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
I think Miss.
It's mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had it backwards. It's I have it backwards. It's Miss Stapleton. I apologize.
Listen, all right, so I see that you got off of probation after 13 years ago, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the amount of the Lortab and the oxycodone or cotton, I'm not sure which it was, roxycodone and Lortab, was that one tablet each or did I read it wrong? One tablet each?
It was one each.
Okay, now tell me about the syringe. Was that for you or have anything?
Yes, I was shooting the Roxycontin at the time.
Okay, now tell me the rest of the story. How did you get off of that?
I went to they put me in drug court, and then I asked the judge if I could just go do my 8 years because I couldn't stay sober, and he sent me to rehab, and then he sent me to sober living, and I stayed there for 2 years, and then after I completed, I moved back home, and I did relapse, and I got pregnant, and I got on heroin. And once I got on heroin, I could not stop. And I was 4 months pregnant, and I knew I needed to stop. And I knew all the people to contact because I had been through it before. And my mom had reached out to the lady that owned the sober living house, and they got me into rehab. And I lived in sober living again, pregnant. And then I delivered my little girl. She'll be 10 in June. And I haven't used or drank or anything since I got sober in January of 2015.
2015? So 10 years ago.
I mean, yes. Yes, I was 4 months pregnant. Whenever I delivered my little girl, I remember looking down at her face and just thinking of how selfish I was to be pregnant and doing all that. And I promised her I'd never do it again.
Well, that's wonderful. That's a hard thing to do. We don't have any comment from the DA or the sheriff and about your pardon. So you don't feel like you need to attend AA or NAB?
No, I don't do any of that. That heroin, it showed me something that I'll never want to experience that again. And I know probably over 30 people who have died from overdose. My best friend just died a few weeks ago. And I don't even talk to any of my old friends anymore, but I just don't understand how all these people are still using with so many people dying. It's like every time you do it, you're taking the risk, you're gonna die.
Well, that's the truth. Glad you came to that realization. Anyone else have any questions?
Melissa, do you do any community service work telling people what you just told us?
No, I don't.
You speak well. Maybe you should consider that.
Yeah, I'm sweating to death right now because I seen there was 255 people watching. I hate talking in front of people, but I post on Facebook about every 6 months, and I try to put it out there because I do have a lot of people on my Facebook that are still out there actively using. I hope that they see it.
But you can. I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Melissa, I'm gonna vote to pardon you with restoration of firearms because I don't see any, opposition from the DA or the sheriff, and it looks like you actively did everything in your power to leave all of that behind, and it's been 10 years. So that's my vote today.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is the same.
Mr. Tillett?
I concur.
And as do I. So, Melissa, on your behalf, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor, pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Musgrove, good afternoon, sir. You're still on mute. Can you unmute? And,
Okay, I'm
Yep,
sorry,
that-
Ms.
yeah, well, we got you now. Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us, your name and your current mailing address.
My name's Scott Musgrove, and I live in Acme, PA, 15610.
Well, thank you for dialing in from Acme, Pennsylvania.
Sure, I'm up north where it's still cold.
Yeah, well, we're not. So, Mr. Musgrove, you're here this afternoon seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish in December 2001. It was a third offense DWI. You got a 1-year sentence, all but 30 days was suspended, and you got 4 years of probation. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, so You're in Pennsylvania and you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms in Louisiana. Would you tell us why you're seeking that?
Okay, well, first I want to address the probation. It was 4 years, but the probation officer cut it off at like 1 year. I don't know if it was in there or not.
Yeah, we did see it.
Okay. I'm trying to get them renewed because I wasn't really aware that I had a felony that I couldn't have firearms or anything. And me and my father, we've been active hunters my whole life, and we wanted to get back into that. And well, he passed away, but my nephew wants to. And I went to purchase a semi-automatic because my hands don't work. I couldn't use the action on it now. And that's when I found out that there was a felony where I couldn't have firearms. So that's the reason why, just for hunting. And there's another organization that does work with quadriplegics for kind of like turkey shoots, where they just have little competitions among themselves and other groups around here. But that's why I was hoping to get it. I mean, it's not really held me back from anything else in life, so I don't want to be held back from anything really.
Understand. Your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer any questions she may have?
Hello, Mr. Musgrove.
Hello.
And good to see you. I read your case and yeah, I mean, I read where in the military, alcoholism was a problem there. Then you came out of the military with it. You're not alone in that. I've seen that up close and personal. And then the accident happened. You had the 3 DWIs prior to that, so you were headed to prison, really.
Yes.
Had the accident, which made you a quadriplegic.
And saved my life.
But it saved your life because your attitude saved your life, Mr. Musgrove.
Yes, ma'am.
You just refused to let it beat you, either thing. And so I was really pleased when I read this because you've overcome a lot. You have. So I'm assuming alcoholism is no longer a problem, correct?
No, not at all, ma'am.
No. Okay. And so I read that you wanted to be a part of the organization Western Pennsylvania Wounded Warriors.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
they get together and, well, of course, you fellowship and stuff like that. But then, yeah, you have shooting competitions and things like that. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I would love for you to be able to do that, so I don't have any problem.
No, thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Mr. Musgrave, you don't drink at all anymore, right?
I still do once in a while, but nothing like I used to. And I did have a setback in 15 where I started drinking. It's not maybe once a month now, twice a month if it's a special occasion or something. And I would only have 1 or 2.
Do you have a legal driver's license?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir. And I would drive if I had 1 or 2, thinking I was in a lot of control of it. And then in 15, it turned out to be 3 or 4, and I had another accident. So I don't drink and drive at all anymore. So if I do drink, it's on special occasions and somebody else drives me. I won't, if I drink a half a beer, I won't get behind the wheel anymore.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we're ready to vote. Mrs. Stapleton.
Well, Mr. Musgrove, I'm going to go on the fact that you don't drink and drive at all.
No,
Because
I don't.
And I think that your quality of life would be greatly enhanced the more you are able to get out and be around people and do these kinds of things the way you want to. So my vote today is going to be to pardon with firearms.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Crater.
My vote is to deny. I think anybody's had this background in alcohol shouldn't be using it all. And I would think that would be especially not the fact that you drive occasionally, you drink occasionally. I think that's too much temptation. My vote's to deny.
Mr. Freeman.
My vote is also to deny. He has a legal driver's license and he's still drinking, away.
Mr. Tibbs.
I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
All right, Mr. Musgrove, today you've received a two to two vote. You didn't get what you needed. You needed 4 votes that were favorable to your request. So today, sir, your application for a pardon with restoration of firearms is denied.
Okay, is there anything I can do to stand a better chance next time? Just quit drinking totally?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would give it.
All right, that concludes our business for the day. We have no other business. We're going to adjourn. It's 1:21 p.m.